800 big blind ante. That's all when you play ABT Dracakis. You shuffle out the deal, please.
Queensland. It's on the Puna Road, mate. Yeah, retired. Soccer.
Oh, lucky you can see my cards now.
Horses, goats,
Yeah,
cattle.
your suited rag combo draw. I can see now.
No,
Putting it in.
married. Just 2 kids. Yeah, got a dog.
6'4".
My dog's name is Mirror. Staffy Cross.
That's your hand.
Staffy cattle dog Cross. my best friend.
Thank you,
6
man.
roses to 18. 7 folks. 8 folks.
Is that Craig? Oh, okay, mate.
3 calls. 5 calls. Three checks. 5 checks.
25,
6 bets, 25.
100.
3 keys. 5 calls. 5 checks.
4.5.
6 bets, 4.5. 5 calls. 5 please. Did you take? Is that one taken as well?
That's a misdeal.
Yeah.
What?
Because I put the card here for his seat and he's taking it.
It's alright, there's biscuit. There you go. What'd you have? I had an ace as well. I get
I had an ace as well.
I would have had aces in the
Yeah. But dealing him in was right? Because he's
He
a stack there.
grabbed the wrong card.
Oh, right.
His card.
Thanks, man.
They would have got cracked. My luck can't never fold an ace.
He owes you now. Be careful. He's after you. Two 7 off.
7 folds. 8 raises to 16.
It happens.
Yeah.
1 fold. 3 folds. 5 folds.
Heads up, yeah.
Heads up, yeah. It should be a fresh start. Yeah. He bets 2. Six balls.
Want to welcome all our viewers across Facebook, YouTube, and of course on Twitch. It's the Australian Poker Tour Brisbane Super Series, and we're seeing the opening stages of the Dracakis Jewelers Players Championship here, $1,100 buy-in event.
I had a bottle of water.
You already
over
have upward of 60 entries here. This is one of the most popular events in every series.
Excuse me.
And those of you who follow the tour here in Australia will already see a few familiar names on this table. Harvey Silver with you here, joined by Jinxie pretty soon. I think he might have gone upstairs for a little bit of a rest. Craig Abernathy will come in at some point in time, and we'll have some special guests in later as well. Should be some good poker tonight. We've already seen some great poker today on the stream. If you did miss it, we had the $7,500 buy-in TLPT opening event. We joined that with a final table in place. Recap all the results.
7 balls.
But needless to say, well-known name took out the first prize of over 200,000 Australian dollars.
1 ball.
We'll go through all of that. Don't fire all our bullets straight off the top.
I had a bottle of
as
Fiji
our
over there on the table.
viewership
they moved this
grows
from. Bottle of
as we get
Fiji.
into this one. As always, love to have you guys on the chat. We see all the chat up here in front of us, whether you're doing it on Facebook or on YouTube or Twitch. It all pops up here. Any questions,
Your guru should be on this table.
we'll endeavour to answer them. We already have one from Pikachu, who's been with our stream all the way through since Friday. Initially, like you, probably earlier in the day, thought we'd be doing the $15,000 buy-in at TLPT, but that got off to a late start, which means we're going to have 3 levels of rebuys tomorrow, and the field's not very big yet, so pick that one up at some stage tomorrow. But as I say, this event is always so popular here, this Dracakis Players Championship. In addition to the top prize, they get a magnificent Dracakis Australian Poker Tour ring. Dracakis Jewelers are real
We're going to see it in half an hour. What you have?
supporter of this series and
Ace of
poker
clubs.
in Australia.
That's good enough.
So have a look at the chip counts there, and as I say, there's well-known names sitting on this table.
Thank you, Ralph.
Your phone, you need to be away from the pizza table.
I can listen to music though.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
But you cannot be on your phone.
I'm gonna do that.
We're
Not
out of the
here.
hand, no?
No, you can't use your phone at all. But if you need to listen to music, sure, go for it.
But he's getting lessons whilst he listens to people.
I need to.
And somebody's telling him what to do next.
Yeah, a bit of niggling going on the
Against you,
table
I
there.
need to have
No,
some
no,
sort
no.
of help.
No, that's not
Just,
true.
our TD
You've done okay
just
by
reminding the
yourself.
players
Thank you guys.
that
Thanks, man.
I didn't know. Thank
can't be
you.
watching the stream
3 4.
and can't be actually using their phones on the table.
5 balls. 6 balls.
Music's okay, but
I don't want to fucking listen to shit.
pretty normal.
7 balls. 8 balls. 1 ball.
Are you
Yeah,
the only
mate,
one?
I didn't know either that we weren't doing the
Stuff in
TLPT
your
until
phone.
just a little while ago as well. It's really up to how many players came in the early stages of it. So
APT, Australian Poker Tour
come with
Live.
a pretty good alternative here. As I say, a really popular event, this one. And we already have more than 60 players buying into this one. And that'll grow. Go into tomorrow, of course, this one. As will the 15K. So we won't be seeing any final tables or winners on our broadcast tonight. Reminder too that there's so much ahead here for this week. Coming up, we've got the Warren Bounty, which will be a lot of fun. Jackson Warren, Shane Warren's son, coming up, and a whole lot of celebrities too for that one. The Joe Hasham Annual, which everyone loves to have an opportunity to take on Joe. We're lucky enough to get on the table with him. We've got a ladies event coming up, even though the ladies here have been doing incredibly well in open events. Jade Mitchell's just been killing it. She's won an event in 2 seconds already since Friday. One of our Australian Poker Tour ambassadors. Rob Spano, who many of you would know, played in the State of Origin on Friday.
All in. 6 balls. 7 balls. 8 balls. 1 ball.
Big decision here for John. The pocket eights. The all in from Steve. Looks like he's going to shove his 27 in. Big blind gets out of the way. The ace king up against the pocket eights. Steve Smith's ace king suited is at risk. King, of course. Oh. There's going to be a problem there. So, Steve Smith's full boat. 7s on kings.
Did you get a call? Who called you? What did you have?
Ace king spades, but close.
Sorry, sorry.
So as mentioned earlier, we did see the completion of the TLPT opening event earlier
All
today.
players in the double
They
stack.
couldn't get it done last
Your
night,
blinds are
so
up.
came
Blinds are
back
now
with the
1,500,
final
3,000
table
with a 3,000 big blind.
early
80.
afternoon today.
All
Another
poker players in the double
3
stack.
hours or so of play
Blinds are up.
saw outstanding win by Cale Burns. $201,850 up top. Masterful display by a very, very talented poker player. Showed exactly why he's a WSOP bracelet winner.
One bet 15. 5 points.
Some incredible stories around that event too. I'm sure you'll catch up with some of it, some of our highlights reels, but probably the outstanding one of all was Tom Ward, who got down to 2 chips, 2 $5,000 chips. He had 10K left and ran it all the way up to 3 million. Lost it all, basically was out again, ran it up a second time, and he finished third and won 87K in what was probably the most roller coaster run you'll ever see on a poker table. Definitely be highlighting some of that in our little edited pieces that are going out. And Jordan Westmoreland was our second place finisher, pushed Cale all the way to take out 130K.
7 races to 16.
Cale, of course, coming on Friday to play in the State of Origin, one of the many players who've decided to stay on over the weekend and into this week, and wasn't it worth it?
5 points.
95 starters we had in
6 points.
that 7,500 buy-in event. Go to a flop here. See, Amin has hit his ace right in the window.
6 checks. 7 checks. 6 checks.
True so. Got any outs here, Robert?
7 bets, 22.
7 or a queen. Just going to play on here. He does. He's going to need one of those 2 cards to take it.
Six checks.
Nine.
7 bets, 9.
After a little bit of posturing, there's the fold. So Amin, who took that pot already, has had success here. We're only just into this Super Series. He won the opening event, No Limit Hold'em 8 Max, 170 entries, and took that top prize of just under 10K. So
I've got 3
he's already had a really nice start and is hanging
I don't
around
wanna
the
keep
whole
any
week.
of them.
And many of you will obviously know Amin winning the APL Minions main event, really life-changing, that is, life-changing money. Anyone who has any doubts about how much skill is involved in this game, thinks it's gambling, really need to get their head read. It's no coincidence that the same people keep bobbing up, winning titles, finishing up on final tables. Strategy, reading of opponents, understanding of the psychology of the game, of course a little bit of daring and gamble all come together.
3 races, 16.
This is why we're so keen to showcase tournament poker as a sport. Build these people into personalities. We've got a few already, but these guys who
7 cold.
are very, very skillful players and keep appearing on our screens.
7 check. Three check. 7 check. Three check.
So, I mean, turns a beautiful, well, River's a beautiful 6 there. It's very pretty for him.
7 bet 6.
Haiti decides to call this this bet just with the ace high. He's going to just shake his head on how he got chased down there. Just trying to figure it out. Give it up. Coming out of the big blind, there's probably every chance that Amin had hit one of those small cards. In fact, he didn't hit any of them. He hit the straight. In addition to stories like Carl Burns, who's such an experienced and consistent player. And we had a story on that main or final table last night of a lady who was playing in her very first tournament, making the final table, Vicky Sook. Not an inexperienced poker player, a poker dealer, high stakes poker dealer, and a cash game player, but her very first tournament ever. And she made the final table, finished, I think she finished 6th or 7th against a incredibly talented field. What a story that was. Working her way all the way up to 6th place in her very first tournament. Amazing stuff. Looks like Jinxie's decided to get out of bed. I know he hasn't been in bed. He's going to come in and join me in commentary.
8 races to 48. One fold.
You're going to have to sit out around Jinxie for coming in late. That's
Happy to.
races 16. 6 holes. Seven races to 34.
What are you going on about?
8 holes.
You know who I am, mate. Who cares?
5 is all in. 7
No. It's on him. It's on him.
Oh, the button. Sorry.
So as Braden Jinks does join me here, you'll be happy to see this table. A few well-known names, the two blokes sitting next to each other there. That could be fun as we move into the evening.
We're
taking the rip tip.
Rob and Amin.
We are.
Of course. Who could forget? Just over a month ago, Amin's incredible run.
Because there's so many of them waiting to get fed.
4,000 runner event, EPL Millions for $700,000. And he took out an event on the first day or two here at APT.
Yeah, you should have been with me 10 minutes ago when I was talking about all of that. But yes, we did. He's had a really good start.
The hair has changed too.
What is that?
16.
I feel like it was very light at APL Millions and it's gone lighter.
8 holes. 1 hole.
Oh, Duncan here as well. A few players we're not familiar with, but I mean, Amin's style, just so adept at these live, huge runner fields.
Deal.
That's that APL Million trophy with the APT,
Or no deal.
WPT trophy last year as well.
Did you dob me in, Taylor? Thank you.
Trying to tee up some interviews with a few of the higher stake players.
Plus Brian's so intimidating.
They tend not to want to give much away and they're very hard to get, but I think
Ever.
they might be conducting one of the first ever interviews that Cale Burns has ever done in his career, so managed to hopefully snag that in the next hour or two.
Lovely.
Cale, of course, taking out the opening event at the TLPT and pretty private, man, a few words, but good to see him back here in Australia. Just a quick $200,000 for a day and a half's work.
And then I was talking about the stories from last night and today in that one. Cal, obviously an incredible story, and just played so competently. He looked like a winner a long way out, didn't he? Just was so in control for so long, and then, of course, Tom's story of coming back twice from virtually out, and I did, just as you sat down, mention Vicky Soot in her very first event making a final table, which is just outrageous.
It actually is. In a high roller against some of the best players, the best players in the country. Amazing.
It wasn't like she just, was on a heater the whole way through. She played very well. She had some really tough spots and folded it at right times, and
it was very emotive as well.
yes.
7 races to 16. 8 holes.
And then we come to this one, Jinxie, the Dracakis Players Championship, which is always such a popular event at the APT and has produced some of the most
1 ball.
biggest swings and craziest run-outs that we've seen. Again, you could probably go back last couple of events that we've done together, and the Dracakis has just probably been the one where we've been yelling the loudest.
Yeah, for sure. Wesley Dipper on that last final table. Didn't manage to take that one out, but as soon as he busts, the viewership tends to go down. I think I recall the
5 checks.
The aces in versus the ace deuce. Just the names of those players escape me with the ace coming on the river. The runner full house. No, it was actually the flush. Fought the flush versus the runner full house with both of the cards were dead. The lowest possible odds you can probably get in No Limit Hold'em. And that was when you knew how many people were watching the stream at the time, because no one's really commenting and we don't see the stream numbers from where we sit, but then the chat goes absolutely wild.
We love the chat. We do encourage you across all our streams. We see it wherever you're posting. If you get on and make a comment on Facebook or YouTube or Twitch, we see all of those in front of us.
It's making, when we had Angel in last night, of course, WSOP bracelet winner himself. Just talking about how it's good that all the comments amalgamate from YouTube, Twitch and Facebook, and I made a mention that the YouTube ones, you tend to get the more random viewers who are scrolling through. So if you're on Facebook or Twitch, you'll kind of, that's where you're either following the page or the algorithm will take you to it. And on YouTube, you tend to get some random followers, and I'll let you know if you make a mistake. Very quickly, the YouTube comments can be a little harsh.
But that's
Twitch
where
and Facebook is good.
That's
but
where
YouTube.
It's where we want to get out to, of course, because
oh, absolutely.
You know, it's beer o'clock somewhere in the world, and obviously on YouTube, you're probably watching it anywhere, and this is where I suppose we want the Australian Poker Tour to get discovered, and our broadcast, which I think is pretty darn good and is improving. A lot of really exciting things happening around the broadcast, which we'll be talking about as we move into 2025. But this is a part of the Australian Poker Tour and Hashem Management Group that they really put a lot of emphasis on. And you would know firsthand, Jinxie, you've been prepared to step away from the felt and come in and become a commentator on this. Must be missing playing, I'm sure, but you get your fix by getting in behind the microphone and enjoying it as I do. But even just the fact that you've been brought in, pretty much in a full-time capacity during the events, and Craig as well. And then we've got so many players who just desperately want to come in here and get behind the mic.
I mean, having Jared and Angel in yesterday was it was amazing content. I mean, I would recommend or encourage anyone that wants to get better to go and listen to those streams, because it's free and they're so readily available with their information. And one thing I did notice sitting down with them, it's so easy to realise why they're so good. Just the way they think about the game. Mistakes are at a minimum, and we got to be able to commentate on some of the best players in Australia, and when we talk about Cale Burns being heads up against Jordan Westmoreland, we're talking about some of the best players in the world. When we get to see them here heads up in an event right here in Brisbane, it's pretty incredible. Jared's a very, very funny man. Good to have in the booth. Felt like it was something, he is an ambassador, he wanted to come in and maybe get it out the way, but he came in and he didn't want to leave. He was having such a good time.
No. As we see it all in here.
Duncan calls off 14 bigs here with the Queen 10 suited. Just want to make a mention, a couple of hands previous, Steve folded top pair to a min, which is not something too many players would do, but making the correct fold there with ace-7 before. Steve, a new player to the game, really works hard on it, loves it, fallen in love with tournament poker. It's caught the itch. You've got him here in seat 5. Just wanted to make mention of that fold was quite good. Not many people would ever fold top pair or any pair to Amin Riazadi. Crazy image that he's got. I don't know if it's the hair, but it's the long, it's the the long amount of time that we've been playing with Amin, he certainly loves to play hands, and usually not looking to fold top pair there. But Steve deducts correctly that he was behind, so it was good to see. We are on Twitch for sure. Have always been on Twitch.
All right, poker players in the Turbo Terminator, this is your 1 minute course. Start taking your seats, please. Our tournament is about to recommence. That's all poker players in the Turbo Terminator.
And that
This is your 30-second
is currently live, and it's just Australian Poker Tour, all one word. If Twitch is your preferred platform to watch us on, it's a good time to tune in. You'll get to see how the great Amin Riazati builds these epic stacks. He's known as someone that always tends to bag 10 to 15 start stacks, and we wonder how he just bags so many chips, and we might be able to get a little bit of an insight into how he does that here. With Spano raising it up and Amin defending with the 9-5 offsuit, we might get a little insight into how Amin progresses in these early stages, because, as I said, every time you check those chip counts, he's got at least 10 start stacks. But I mean, that APL Millions event that he won for 700K, I do believe it was his 8th bullet. So he does get in there and and mix it up for sure. He wouldn't have been the only one. There was a few that fired 10 and 12, but that's how Amin does it. So we'd have a new player. Do we in seat 4?
We do. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Jinx. This is just a single rebuy, is that right?
Yeah, so the Dracakis Players Championship's always been a freeze-out. Until the last series in the Gold Coast, we changed that to a single re-entry, and I wasn't sure how I felt about it at the time. The prestigiousness of this tournament. There's 2 reasons for it. We got that $12,500 Dracakis Players Championship beautiful ring to the winner, and the fact that it is a freeze-out, so we're not in here punting out buy-ins, trying to spin up as many chips as we can off 2, 3, 4 bullets. So when we introduced the single re-entry, I was skeptical on how that was going to go, and it really didn't change anything. But the way that the structure is, this tournament usually is the best 1K structure of any tournament really in the country over a 12-month period. It usually takes well into a 3rd day for it to be finished. So when we add that 1 re-entry in, very rarely people are able to use that, because the structure is so good and it's so deep. And if they just tend to get coolered for 400 or 500 big blinds, which is very rare, they can put 1 more bullet in, and didn't really change the numbers or the prize pool of how the event works. So I think I'm on board with it now.
Great. Some of the most dedicated poker minds in the country have been consulted both on the schedule and the structures of these events, and there has been obviously a fair bit of change over the last few events as they've been tweaked, and trying to get the most out of the players that are here, that they don't overlap too many events that they really want to play, stuff like that.
Spano knocks the absolute eyes out of this flop.
Poker players in the
I think if you're not listening to player feedback, especially in a really competitive industry of
Only 'cause
poker
you're gonna
operations.
see
You're just not going to survive. We're not going to get it right every time. Spano shows the ace of spades.
Maybe you're
Monotone
not.
board, but
Hey,
it's good to be able to listen to that feedback and try and implement changes where we can. I mean, even scheduling of dates and stuff can be really tough. There's so many operators out there, but we've got to remember that's why we're not afraid of bringing up other operators during the coverage and people's results, because competition is really good in the poker industry, because, you know, if there was just one operator, they could charge us whatever they want. And, you know, we've probably seen that a little bit in Melbourne now. That no one can really operate in Melbourne, and Crown can, you know, charge $25 cap in a 2-5 game. So that's actually a good example of why it's really good to have good competition and being able to work together, because you got to remember, every operator shares staff other than the casinos. Every operator, WPT League, APL, APT, it's now the TLPT, we're all sharing staff. So it's really important to have a cohesive environment. Competition is good, keeps rake down, which keeps the players coming back. And in the end, if we don't listen to feedback, you know, we're not going to be up there competing to be the best tour on the schedule.
It's actually an instruction from Tony Hashem, which is encourage the other operators. We're not trying.
Oh, he loves it.
Yeah, we're not trying to take over, is what he says. We're trying to lift the level.
Yeah.
And you know, of course we want to be the best. Of course we do. But you know, that hopefully drags everybody up. You know, it doesn't push people out of the market.
He fired all the major events at APL. He played the Jackstar. He played the Centurion. I'm not sure if he played the main event, but he was in the mix. He was in the mix, the APL.
So the last great frontier is Melbourne. Stay tuned. That's all I can say.
Yeah, as very proud Melburnian myself. I'm really hoping that something eventuates. You know, we even lost our biggest poker club down there very recently, Club Italia, to new ownership. Didn't want poker in there, so now it's Crown and Crown only. And I mean, we can only hope. We can obviously really tight legislation down there, but we're hoping there's a way.
So again, just if you're not totally sure of why it's such a problem down in Victoria, it's because they don't allow an admin fee or a rake under the legislation there, which basically means every cent's got to go back to the players, which is fantastic for the players, but you can't actually operate on that basis.
No.
So pub poker gets away with it because they do a deal with the pub operators who make money off the drinks and off the food, and you know, they get some of that back for the operator. But to run an event like this, it doesn't work.
Has decided to donk jam. You know, I wonder if there's a world that this could work.
I don't think there is a world.
He has. He's going to fold the kings.
Wow.
Very, very unconventional there from Steve, who calls a 3-bet off 20 bigs with Queen 9 suited, and donk jams the ace high board. Not something you would see too often, but Steve might have had the read that our man had the kings and got the best hand to fold. So obviously had a good chat. I've had a good chat with Steve every now and then at the last 2 series, and you know, he's very new to the game. He knows that, and he's one of those players that's caught the tournament bug, like a lot of us have. Just learning his craft. Certainly a more experimentative side, that play, but got the best hand to fold, and if we do that in poker, it'll be very profitable for a very long time. So Henry Azadi picks up the American Airlines. Absolutely no action. Let's see if a min just shows these out of Semi-frustration. He does. Shows
That's
Spanner
called
the
a bad
aces.
beat, mate.
If it's going to be a show one, show all scenario. So we've
called a
got
bad
Beth
beat.
dealing in the booth for the feature
You
table.
raised too much.
One big blind?
No.
Two, three. What?
You raised it to
It's
3,000.
501k. I made it 2k.
Oh, I thought you better 3. I saw 3 in front of
Still too much.
you. Limp. That's what all the good poker players do. In 1984.
I reckon a
Limp.
man would like to be sitting next to
In
anyone
1984 they used to
else.
limp.
He's just going to
Yeah.
get needled the whole time, isn't he?
Let everybody in the pot.
This is what Rob does.
Rob, of course, cashed our
Raise.
opening TLPT event, I think.
6
Or did he bubble? No, I think he cashed. Maybe 11th.
Yes, he didn't make the final table, but did cash.
But did cash, yeah.
And of course, represented in the state of origin.
Yes, that's right.
As the icon.
The icon, as he is an icon.
However,
With aces.
he plays. He might class himself as a recreational, but he plays just as good as any of us that are in the room. Such a long, storied career, Rob Spano.
Maybe I'm blessed. I don't know.
Plays just for fun, but extremely competitive nonetheless. In the same class as Dipper.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit old school. Love seeing an old school player mixed in here with the younger guys who are sitting there doing the math in their head. I don't think Rob's doing any math at all.
No, no, just card sense, and that's about it.
Well, I don't
But
know whether it's easy, but it's
He
money,
has
right?
very good card sense. He's had a lot of really good results.
Helps when
I
you
do
got it.
remember this might be a tournament that Rob would want to win. I think I remember railing a good friend of
least I
mine
got
in
more
the
action than
final
you got.
table of the Players' Champs in Sydney. And Rob finished second there. Lost heads up to a fella named David Coxall from Newcastle. So Rob has come really, really close to that Dracakis Players' Championship, but fell just one short. So this might be a tournament Rob will want to do well in.
This is the box you're going to Oh, better.
Seven calls. 8 races to 2. 1 call. 2 calls. 3 calls.
Duncan's got
Oh, hello.
ace king and Steve's got the kings.
5 races to 6.
So. And Rob's got queens. How are we going here?
What is happening here?
All in.
6 is all in.
Rob just opts to jam. 50 effective. Duncan does have him covered. That's a very large all-in. Duncan ain't folding, and either is Steve.
What did I run into? I didn't even
Don't we
see
love
you in
this
the-
stuff?
Oh, fuck.
This doesn't happen enough.
No, it doesn't.
You know, Dracakis
So,
Players'
just
Champs,
about.
the feature table, we do have a 3-way all-in.
Well,
Pocket king
they're all
versus pocket
no-brainers.
queen
It's the
versus
kings
ace
against the
king
queens
spade.
against the suited ace king.
Looks like it's pocket kings and queens are at whist.
See if the Kings hold for Stephen.
Flops, 5 diamonds, 9 of
Fought
diamonds.
pretty well there. He's even got the backdoor diamonds working. Got those suits covered.
That's a jack.
A 10 is a really good card.
He's gone
Rob
for a
turns
10.
Extra outs here.
Doesn't get it though.
How much is double up?
Triple up to Steve.
Sorry.
Yeah, really important time for him too. He was getting a little bit short, so now he's not anymore.
Nice hand.
Of course, how things change.
20.
Steve getting the Kings to fold on the ace-high board by Donk jamming that 3-bet pot. all of a sudden, with probably around close to 90 big blinds, as Beth confirms the stacks for us. There's nothing anyone could have done about anything at any point in that hand. It was always going in.
That's mine.
I've got more here. Oh, thanks, Anin. I need more than 28.7.
If the order's different there, pre-flop, the action, you get an all-in call and you're holding ace king. Is there any? Do you ever get out that stage?
Not with those stack sizes, no, because
How are the queens in front?
Duncan's got both players covered, and he still has 50 big blinds if he calls and loses.
What if he's the short stack?
He's even more incentivized to get his chips in and double up, because a lot of the time, the reason why we see the classic flip, as we'll call it, which is usually ace, king, and queens, is because we block so many combos of aces and kings. So usually when we put ace king in, it's against queens and jacks, right? So that's why we call it the classic flip, just through the basic math of the fact that our opponent has less combos of aces and kings. Of course, sometimes we run ace king into aces and kings and we're in really rough shape, but ace king suited is just so much hand, and especially sometimes we can think like this. We are still in the rebuy period of our tournament. Usually in the Players Champs, I can recall folding sets in the Players Champs in the freeze out, when it was a freeze out format, in a spot where you're usually probably dead, but in that spot there, with any of the stack sizes sub 100 bigs, we're basically getting it in nearly always. Once Spano jams, 4-bet jams from the big blind for 50, I mean, we're folding ace-queen suited, right? So your question is valid. Maybe some players could fold ace-king off there, but I think that it's just something we're never really doing. Ace-king suited is just too good. Just a cold deck.
Yep. It's a question, and those sort of questions are ones I will be asking you all the way through. A lot of recreational players watching, people starting off in the game. It's it's interesting to hear, and I think watching good players is the way to learn.
I mean, just one of our streams yesterday, which featured Malcolm Trainer for a couple of hours. Just sit there and watch. There was a hand there where Malcolm turned the nuts with fours on 4-3-3-7 and managed to get 2 streets out of ace high, picking sizes that maybe even some other good regulars wouldn't potentially pick in a spot like that. And just makes you think about what other things we could be doing to improve. Malcolm's so talented at the game. And that's free content right here on the APT page, which we can go back and watch at any time. Especially if you're playing, that 1 or 2K buy-in level, there's nearly no reason to not be watching in on our streams, especially deep in these events.
And similarly, the APT is a great place to come and dip your toe into actually playing tournaments. And a lot of people this week and through the other events, this is their first venture out of pub poker or home games, to come in and play a $200 event. How do I go? And the excitement of that. And I think one thing they do find is that it's very welcoming. You're not made to feel that you're inadequate or you're an outsider, which is is great too.
It's so well run here. It's a great venue. We spoke about that at length yesterday. And the range of buy-ins just provides such a great pathway to take a step up from a $25 self-dealt pub game, which Jared Thatcher just let us in on. A bit of a funny story yesterday that I did ask him. Probably the only thing I've got over, oh goodness gracious me, Duncan with kings.
8 is all in.
I mean, this is going to shut this down pretty quickly.
How many times have we seen kings since he sat down?
3.
Wow.
I said to Jared, the only thing I've got over you, Jared, is the amount of self-dealt tournaments played over you. And he said, you know what? My wife wanted to learn how to play, so we went down to the pub only 2 months ago. We played a $25 self-dealt tournament. And would you believe it? She won. He won. And he knocked her out. So she wants... Jared Thatcher's lovely wife wanted to learn how to play, and she may never play again.
No, and he should be banned from those. He should, you get banned from the casino. There should be professional players' photos at pub poker saying no.
No, can't play. Pretty crazy that he won. But it still is a tournament at the end of the day. Anything can happen. But imagine playing your $25 self-dealt tournament at a pub somewhere in New South Wales, and the great Jared Thatcher walks in and just still rips it off for a victory. But yeah, so, let's just say Jared's wife won that event. Nothing to say that she wouldn't flick in the $180 or the $250 event here while Jared's staying. I mean, what I have noticed too with this venue specifically, me and Jared did talk about this at length on the stream yesterday, it can be hard travelling around with a partner. Having a partner at home, travelling around playing live poker. This venue's allowed a lot of the higher stakes players, all of their partners are here where they otherwise wouldn't be. And I remember talking to him that last year, having an argument that the fact that you never want to, you don't want me on these poker trips. Well, sometimes we're in the middle of absolutely nowhere, and we don't even want to be there. We don't even want to be there either.
Well, it's just not enough to do. But you're right, and on top of that, it's school holidays.
Correct.
So I've never seen so many families here of players as well.
Yeah, it's great to see.
So yeah, it's and a lot of the families are off doing their stuff because the players are
they
here
went
for
shopping
a long time.
The girlfriends all went. There's 4 or 5 of them. There's a group of them. They all went shopping at the Queen Street Mall, whatever that's called. Yesterday.
I know 2 families went up to the theme parks today.
Okay.
So yeah.
I mean, how good's that?
It's it's a great way to do it. I mean, you also know I've spoken about my poker background, which is long but not storied. I started playing at 18 with a group of mates that I still play with.
That's incredible.
But, I absolutely remember the first time I walked into Crown to play, and I was absolutely crapping my pants, to walk in there. And
I remember mine.
And I'd watched a heap of poker, played home games, and I was completely, overawed walking in there. But the adrenaline rush within 10 minutes of going, okay, I know what I'm doing here now, and you get the same thing here. I've got no doubt if you're coming from pub poker or home games to walk into something like this, and there is definitely a wow factor. There's definitely
absolutely. Quick story on that. I don't like to talk about him too much, but Michael Adamo, he definitely is the greatest player we've ever had. If you look at Michael Adamo's Hendon Mob, there is a $50 Midday Madness cash from the Crown Casino back in the early 2010s. So he's the best player to ever do it. He may likely be the greatest player of No Limit Hold'em so far. Not from Australia, but in the world. And if you look at his Hendon Mob, you scroll all the way down, there is a $50 Midday Madness on a random Wednesday cash for $180. We all start somewhere.
So I have something in common with him, except my $50 Crown Midday would be on top of my Hendon Mob. I won that a few times actually. I still love going in and playing that midday. Yeah. I actually really enjoyed that. I'd sort of work my day around that a little bit, get stuff done really early, and then go in. And it was 3 hours normally that you'd play, be able to get back.
You do have to scroll a long way down to find Michael Adamo's and past about $20 million in cashes as well, but it is there. You want to go and have a look. So
I've never gone onto Hendon Mob and looked myself up, so maybe I should do that.
No, I get a bit sad if I do that and look myself up, so I don't recommend it.
I did win the celebrity and media event at Crown though. That's my crowning.
That would have been some time ago.
That was a long time ago. That was Lynn Gilmartin was actually running that event as the Crown poker ambassador, or she'd run the room down there, and I was trying to lose it. That's also a very funny story because I was the least known person in the whole field, and I finished heads up with
I do remember you telling me this.
From American Pie. Nadia from American Pie. Shannon Elizabeth,
yeah.
And I was actually trying to lose. And Peacock leaned over and said, she'd be a much better winner than you. And I pushed all in with a 9-2 and 2 2s came on the flop.
What more can you try and do than lose, huh?
Yeah, so that's about it for me, and as far as my poker tournament history. But as I said, I couldn't imagine how many hands of poker I've played with my mates over the years. And the home games, which probably are more competitive than even what goes on here.
And that's how a lot of us start playing, through home games. I started playing through my cricket club home game, and it's been just over 3 years now, and that's all we've done, and it just starts from a cricket club home game. It's just, say you just win your first ever sit and go when you sit and play online, and you turn $5 into $25. It's crazy stuff. Maybe there are some players out there that could have been the best to ever do it, that lost their first sit and go or lost their first home game and never played again.
Yeah.
There'd be plenty of those.
Sorry? Yeah, that's right. Put that in the bank.
I remember after Joe won the World Series, and I was trying to track him down because I wanted to run a business idea by him, and I found out that someone I knew reasonably well played in his home games, in Joe's home games, and that's how I got Joe's phone number. And that guy, who will remain nameless, said that the whole home game could not believe that Joe won the World Series because he doesn't even win the home games.
I hadn't heard that story before.
That is a dead set true story.
Never heard that one before. I can't recall the fella who came second to Karai Aldemir in the World Series main event. George something. I can't recall his name off the top of my head, but he walked in from his local home game. Had never played at the World Series before. He might have only played once before. I think it could have been his second or third cash. And came second in the World Series of Poker main event for $5-6 million, heads up against one of the best in the world, Karai Aldemir. And apparently was at his local home game just a week later, still playing the same stakes, 2-5-10 or whatever it was. There's plenty of those stories out there.
I remember when, what was his name, Gold?
Jamie Gold.
Jamie Gold, when he won. Because he was a home game player too, and all his home game mates were like,
I've
watched.
What? There's a Poker Go clip. There's a Poker Go clip on YouTube. It goes for about 35 minutes. I'm not sure if it's Poker Go. No, it'd be Poker Go now. Just a snippet of every major hand that he played at the World Series of main event. I would have watched that video hundreds and hundreds of times. It's the most incredible poker footage ever. It's probably got hundreds of thousands of views. George Holmes, that's it. Thank you, Josh. It's George Holmes. I think he cashed it. I think he came back and had a really deep run the year after as well. Sometimes our style is just very adaptive to our levels of the World Series of Poker main event.
Yeah, Jamie Gold, I reckon he was one of the great... Well, he turned poker around because people watch that and go, you can play like an absolute lunatic and still win.
He ran extremely well. There's so many times he flopped a set on an ace-high board and his opponent had ace-king, or he flopped a straight flush versus a straight. He just had it every single time.
And then there were times where he just got plays to fold.
When he
had nothing, and then he showed nothing, and then they'd play against him, and he had it. And it was just the most ridiculous run ever.
Yeah.
But the aggression and the crazy talk too. I mean, I reckon the whole joint wanted to belt him by the end of it. He just needled everybody, and but there you go. It does show you. Sometimes you get lucky.
I'm fairly I would have put a lot of money on George Holmes cashing the main event the year after, Josh. Maybe I'm mistaken there, but it's just the best coverage every year, that World Series main event. Who could forget
5-6.
Alex Linsky, who's just sitting about 10 metres behind us in the 15K TLPT main event. His historic run, 5th or 6th, I believe. Got a pretty bad beat to bust as well. Adrian Attenborough, of course, heads up, lost to Jordan Espenjorstad. And we spoke about Adrian at length last night, the 18-minute tank, and focused our argument from that hand around our shot clocks in this in the TLPT. It's amazing when an Australian has a really deep run. Everyone's behind. Everyone gets behind him. A couple of years ago, Adam Carman was the last Australian left in the event. He's just in the room as well. I think he's 70th or 80th maybe.
And of course, we've done so well in other bracelet events, even, you know, our own Daniel Hasham, who is one of our ambassadors here, finishing second.
I watched every hand of that final table. Obviously, don't talk to Daniel too much. Talk to Anth quite a lot, but I just like it's just an Australian, and you just want to get behind him. And that fella he played heads up against ran extremely well.
Towards the end there, he absolutely did.
Daniel couldn't make a hand, but 250k is a nice little buffer. But
it just would have been so nice to take that very, very rare father and son.
I think it's I think it would be I think it's the third of all ever. Maybe I know it's definitely one.
I had this discussion with Craig as well, and the one is Doyle and Doyle Brunson.
Oh no, it's 2 then, because I know they're the other one. I forgot. Unbelievably, the one I couldn't think of was Brunson.
Doyle and
is that Todd?
Todd Brunson.
And
was it the Schulmans?
No, not the Schulmans. It's an Irish.
Okay.
It's a very unknown fact, and I don't know why I recall it, but I do. It's O'Day, I believe their names are.
Josh is sitting here on the chat. He's going to have it up in 2 seconds.
I'm pretty sure it's O'Day and Brunson, and it was very, very, very nearly Hasham.
Yeah.
And the sad part about it is, as good as we all think we're going to try and be, as good as we want to be, some of the best players in the world will just play the World Series every year and never win a bracelet for 50 years. It's just so hard to do. Hopefully Daniel gets another shot, but it's extremely hard to get there, and it's heartbreaking to just miss out.
We follow the heartbreak story of Daniel Negreanu each year. He, gets so close, gets final tables, just can't get over the line.
Well, he got his bracelet this year.
He got break, but I'm talking the main event.
The main event.
I mean, he's been up there so often, but to win a main event is you can be the best player by a street. You still need so much running in your favour. Get through a field like that.
Yeah, from all reports, it is a minefield. Jared Thatcher's quote about the main event is very simply, "There's nothing else like it."
7-4.
I'm pretty confident the O'Day father-son combination.
I'm pretty sure you're right. I think Craig actually mentioned them when we were talking about this, because we had Daniel outside in the field, and we were talking about his achievements. Very, very good player in his own right. Would never say it because he's very respectful, but maybe an even better player than Joe. He's a really good player, Daniel.
I think too. Wasn't it the first ever Hold'em bomb pot rotation?
Yes.
Yes, the first ever running of that event.
There was some criticism that was an actual bracelet event. I heard on the coverage, but I don't understand why anyone would deny that.
Bomb pots are obviously something that's introduced to spice up cash games, but now bomb pots are a very, very common, regular game online. If you're playing in clubs, in apps and stuff like that, there's bomb pot tables run all the time. Bomb pots basically run at every cash game, home game you'll ever play. So, when we're talking about having a deuce to 7 low ball bracelet, I dare say there's 500 times more bomb pots played per year between human beings than there is deuce to 7 low ball triple draw or whatever that bracelet event is. So,
are they bringing Uno in at some stage?
I would be surprised to not see a PLO 5 bracelet come in the next couple of years. PLO 5, probably one of the most popular games online at the moment now. As we've lost our stream, no, we're back. I'd be surprised to see a PLO 5 introduced. Obviously, WSOP always changing that schedule to take on board player feedback, and you know times change too. 5 years ago, you never would have thought bomb pots would be a part of a WSOP bracelet event, and Daniel Hashem very nearly made history. Played extremely well on that final table as well, by the way. I recall a couple of hands where Daniel chose to bluff. Thank you so much, Matthew. Donna. I don't know, they're very Irish names. Can you help me out, Harvey? But it is the O'Days.
Ehan.
No. It's Owen? Owen and Donica. I think it's Donica. Donica and Owen O'Day.
I didn't even see the chat. There you go. Yeah, Donica.
And Owen O'Day. So apparently one of these might have been a online bracelet, but you know, if I had a son that won an online bracelet, not a live bracelet, you're definitely going to be counting it for sure and certain. But I knew I'd heard that somewhere, and glad to see it's somewhat correct if we want to include the online bracelet in that conversation. I need to just try and catch the break of the 15K, so I might quickly...
Thanks, mate. You actually can do some work, all right? Who's going to get the best of this? It's a four-way here. Jack's still ahead here. Dan's hit top pair. The two guys are at long odds here, but Spano bets out. He's got the 7. Duncan
8 raises, 7
will re-raise that. Very nice flop for Jacks. Dan will think his pair of 10s is no good, and he'd be right. John with the ace-queen folds, and Robert now decides to come along. Six of hearts. It's 10. I think for 20% of his stack here, Robert is probably just Hollywooding a bit, unless he's going to shove the whole lot in.
Stuck with me for 10 more minutes, Harvey.
That'll do. We'll get back just as Spano got re-raised and gets rid of his A7. Nice pot there for Duncan. Must be a bit of a legend, Duncan McKinnon. He's had a running track named after him down in Melbourne there a if you live out in the southeastern suburbs.
It was nice hand after the flop, not before the flop.
All the flop, mate. It's just slow play there.
Duncan, of course, no stranger to success. One I'll never forget. I had a big piece of a friend of mine in the APL main event.
No, I think you made
One of the
max
smaller
money.
ones last year, and Duncan managed to win that one. Been around since I started playing, so obviously on the rough end of a really cold deck. Only about a half an hour ago.
Three raises 2,000.
Whole range of
Kings again.
go. So that's 4. We should keep track on this.
That is 4.
4 in about 40 minutes.
Very short amount of time.
Oh, and Robert's got an ace-jack here too.
And ace queen, so interesting to see.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, and an ace-king.
What is going on here? There's a big confrontation here because ace king off for a min, sub 100, tends to go in more often than not. He's going to be drawing basically dead, ace jack dead, ace queen as well. There's only one ace left in the deck.
He probably thinks he's top deck, but he's in big trouble here if he's going to shove this.
No, so you'd be looking for a 4-bet, so just be thinking of what size to choose, and it feels very committal. Oh no, I've realised I might have bucketed up the chip denominations there, but he's going to find out the bad news really quickly because there's only one ace left in the deck, as Hardy should to be getting on. I mean, ace queen is such a good hand for 14 big blinds, but doesn't perform well in 4-bet scenarios. He raises the eyebrows and gets rid of it pretty quickly. And there's a lot of ways in which Steve could proceed here. We can opt with call, we can opt with 5-bet, but I love this from Steve and opting for a call. Gonna play a min. Post flop. Really good spot to be able to just flat hands like aces and kings here, and we probably look to get in queens and jacks, hands that require protection, but Steve opting for deception, and another unconventional line from Steve where he leads this 4-bet flop. He leads this 4-bet pot, sorry, for about for full pot. Okay, so we'll see what happens here. He's cost himself a small continuation bet from a min, but we did know that the other two of those aces folded. Steve obviously finding his way in the game, had a good chat to him just last night. He's found 2 leads in a 3-bet pot and a 4-bet pot. Not something we see too often, especially lead for pot here. He's interesting, and a min's just deciphering what this really is, but we are learning that there was no ace left in the deck. A min opts for jam.
Wow.
He's drawing dead.
Well, he is, because we know all the aces are folded. One's out and the rest of them are gone.
This is certainly something very unconventional. You know, tend to find too many leads in 4-bet pots. The min opts for jam, and I mean, and he doesn't know he's drawing absolutely dead. Well, I mean, we did have running straight outs for a chop, and that was about it. Not sure kind of what we're doing there, but I think we're kind of seeing that how Steve's been able to final table 2 events here already during the week at APT, finding these unconventional leads in these 3- and 4-bet pots, gets a min to jam with basically no fold equity. And he is covered, and Amin will be off to fire his second bullet.
Wow.
I'm not too sure what else we can kind of say there, but what we do know is Steve has 160 big blinds.
You know, for me, again, that just feels like a read and a combination of knowing Steve's probably not, you know, an overly experienced player, you know, and he could potentially get him off. He didn't put him on something, you know.
I think
so, there you go.
I think, Harvey, it might be best to just move on.
Yes.
And
Yeah, you were down to what? Less than 10? 12,000.
commentating on the hands that are still to come, because
I don't know whether you saw it last night.
I'm not-
Not much of an explanation there, is
I'm
there?
not,
0.6 of a big
is
blind,
what it is.
0.3 of a big blind.
Yeah.
Plus.
we can't we can't
Okay,
begrudge Amin's probably got the highest ROI of any Australian player ever.
Don't ask me after
Let's
the
be
event,
honest,
mate. Always ask me
and-
before
All right,
the
I've got
event.
an explanation. He just had to get out of there. Spano and his Where's Wally
You know
shot
what?
there has probably just driven him mad. and he said, I'm going to go fire another bullet. At least I won't have to sit
Get
in
me
that
off this
seat.
table.
Not only on the
I don't-
table,
I
he's on the
play
seat
kids
next to
over
him.
That I can get on board with. That I can get on board with. Having Spano on my left and right many times, I can see your explanation,
Come on, the
Harvey.
first
Let's
one
go
was
with that.
And your eyes will be going, my eyes are going everywhere with that Where's Wally t-shirt. So
Second one was better. Gets the toughest
I actually
player on
reckon
the table.
Spano be rapt to have him out of there. He knows how good a player he is, and, you know, playing straight after him too. It'd be a relief.
I mean, Amin's definitely got his own style, and it's not something anyone can argue with. As I said, Amin is someone that often bags 10, 20 starting stacks in opening events of nearly everything that he plays, but just say that was unconventional, and
Yep.
we'll move on.
And we do.
Of course, we're at the 1K Dracakis Players Championships, one of the most prestigious events in the Australian Poker Tour. Not the highest buy-in, but on top of whatever is going to be first place, that $12,500 custom Dracakis Players Championship gold ring, 18 carats. A trophy that every poker player playing live poker in Australia wants to have. Stephen Smith certainly in a very good place to do so. 164. Oh no, sorry, we're up to 1,200 big blinds. Not quite 160 big blinds, but certainly as many chips as he wants to have at this point, given he was just under 20 big blinds no less than half an hour ago. Some extraordinary hands ensuing.
Poke the bear, right?
And after that, Harvey.
Yes, you've got to go.
I
well, you're really happy you came back and saw that, I'm sure.
happy is one way to put it, but
Yeah, you're a little bit flummoxed, as we all are here. But as you say, he's gone off to the cage, firing his second bullet.
And
no,
I'll put my bottom dollar on a min will bag the chip lead off this second bullet.
There you go.
All right, I'll catch you in the booth later
Catch
on.
you,
Harvey.
Shane. I'll get Craig in. Join me, perhaps,
Tell
in
your friend.
a few minutes. I think we might be going to a break soon, and get the great Craig Abernathy to come in and sit with me.
Enticing action, Zara. That's what you're doing. Enticing action. I know. I saw. $35. I am going to hit one day with that hand. I am. Promise.
actually think Jinxie's gone out to have a little bit of walk around in the fresh air after seeing Amin there in a bit of shock. We now have an all-in from John with the ace-7 cut off. Steve will fold his ace-8 and Duncan gets out of the way too, so that shove works and John picks up
Blue chip separately. And
some valuable chips for him.
big chip
A little bit short.
at the bottom of the stack.
Sorry? I can't hear you.
Just the big chip can't be
It
the
has to
bottom
be on
of
the
the
top of your
Oh,
pile.
does it? Yeah.
Yeah, just because they're also really hard to see.
Big chips have to be at the top. All separate.
Should say anyway. Everyone sees it.
Thank you.
Queen nine hearts.
Just a little bit further evidence there of the mix of people on the table. Obviously some really experienced players and some inexperienced recreational players. Just a reminder to put the big denomination chips on the top of the pile so everyone can
Only
see
one Cinderella story
what you've got.
at the table, please.
Just,
Only one.
Eight folds.
yeah, it just tells you that there are people who maybe haven't played as much tournament poker as others here, and that's the great thing about it. I will keep harping back to last night and seeing Vicky Soot make the final table in a 7,500K buy-in event in her very, very first tournament. I'm not sure. Was she talking to Duncan? If not, I don't know what Duncan was doing. I didn't think she was talking to Duncan, but if she was, then she's probably had a bit of a brain fart.
On top of that guy. Over here, the guy in the blue jacket.
Maybe he was deliberately trying to hide the big chips, if that was the case.
See, he's got his arms around him. Is it a wig?
But yeah, that just a couple of stories from that 7.5K opening event, and we'll cut up some highlights for you. But yeah, very emotional. Vicky Sue, who just couldn't believe that she
It is, isn't it?
got that deep in her very, very first tournament. And Tom, who honestly was out twice. He was down to two chips, two $5,000 chips twice, and recovered both times. Finished third and made a big cash, 85 grand, after looking like he was gone. Cinderella stories. And then of course we've got our winner, Carl Burns, who just looked like a winner so far out.
2.5.
Played so well.
Eight folds.
We do have the next TLPT event starting off today, and that's the 15K. Just starting to build a field for that, but players will be able to buy in for the first 3 levels tomorrow in that one as well. And make sure we get some of that on the broadcast too.
3,000.
This one here is one of our real highlight events though, the Dracakis Players Championship, 1K buy-in.
8 check.
So probably go check here. No, it won't.
4 bets, 3,000.
3,000. It's going to get looked up here. And Duncan's 10 is enough. So Steve Smith opening the batting up there. It's like a cricket batting lineup.
You get rid of all the food?
He's got a lot of chips now,
Dessert.
Steve. After that
Dessert.
huge misstep by Amin.
Cheesecake? Just cheese. Oh, I love cheese. Oh, yeah, right.
$76 entries now. They keep increasing here for this one. And this is a tournament that'll finish up tonight around 11 o'clock when our broadcast will finish, 11:30, I think. And they'll come back tomorrow. They'll play the whole day tomorrow. And the final table of this is more than likely going to be on Wednesday. But even at this early stage, some really interesting poker being played. We've seen some real callers as well. Aces against kings, against ace-king.
All poker players in the double stack. This is your 90-second call. Start making your way back to your seats, please. This is your 90-second call. The tournament is about to commence.
Little pairs are so tough. He's going to call.
18.5.
Go to the river. Pairs twos. Really a value bet here for Dan, I wouldn't have thought, but he will check this and we'll see that his two pair, fours and twos, is enough.
One more bet.
Probably.
Yeah, one more bet.
Good on you.
Duncan need to fire it one more time on the river. If Dan could have gone again. So a reminder, we're here at the Voco Hotel in Brisbane, Central Business District. Great spot. This is for an event like this. It's about 60 tables set up here. Got most of them down here in this main ballroom. This is where our feature table is as well. And then a pretty decent ante area outside. And then a couple of satellite rooms upstairs. Really great setup. Players are loving that we're in the CBT, as Jinxie mentioned before he went off. A lot of players with their partners here and families here. I've never actually seen that many partners and families around, but school holidays and being in the CBD, which is unusual for us in Brisbane. We're normally out at Eaton's Hill, which is a fair way out of the CBD. Apologies for the picture that you're seeing there. There's just a bit of overlay happening. It's happened a couple of times to us. Just our mixer gets stuck mixing between the two cameras, and we sort of get a little bit of a shadow on the back of the shot. try and fix it for you. But again, got to remind you that we are half an hour behind. So it's not like we can, you know, immediately fix stuff in real time. We'll work on it and get it done for you. It's a bit irritating for us too, don't worry. So yeah, we are commentating this as you see it. We're not out the back calling this live and then sending it out an hour later or half an hour later. We're just calling this as you see it. Sitting right behind this feature table. If we talk too loud, the guys can't hear us. Great spot to be. But as we see John get knocked out there, he thought his ace-6 was enough. 2-pair, but Francisco with a better 2-pair, the ace-9.
Sit open.
And we lose a player. Again, we can fire a second bullet into this event, so we may see him back, see John back somewhere along the line. I can guarantee you we'll see Amin back somewhere along the line. And it will be interesting to see if Jinxie's prediction that even with that elimination and having to buy back in, that Amin will bag with the highest chip stack tonight. I'll be waiting to see if that prediction comes true. So we've got a half an hour to a break, and Craig Abernathy's come in to join me for that bit of time. Craig, we're just trying to make it a little bit harder for you with that bit of overlay on the vision there. You see the cards twice. It's a bit like you're a bit drunk, you know, you sort of see the cards twice too. So we'll work it through. Our production team are working to try and fix that.
Yeah, just a little bit of ghosting. A couple of cameras got their wires crossed, but I can still see what's going on. So.
Oh yes, you can still see that Steve continues to get cards. So he picks up Ace King under the gun. Nice big chip stack. Most of those are Amin's chips.
Yeah, because he started this table very short. I know when I asked him to, just get a bit of information on him from our questionnaire, and he said, "Oh, don't worry about me. I've only got 12k left," and
well,
he's spun it up.
He might lose a bit of it here as Dan picks up aces.
Might have put the commentator's curse on him here. It's going to be tough to win this pot, but we've seen that happen. So, yeah, as unsurprisingly, Dan's found the re-raise, 3-bet to 7,200.
And this is going to be fun for us because as we're trying to fix this camera, everything's just sort of packed up here. We're not running around the table at the moment. There we go. We'll catch up, and we fixed it. So there you go.
And Steve's just decided to call, which is going to work out better for him unless it's a king flop.
Oh, can you believe that? Wow.
That's a big flop for Steve.
Can you believe that?
I mean,
well done, mate, coming and sitting down for that. So poor Dan's on his way out, and
yeah, I mean, it depends how it sort of plays, but it's hard to get away from aces, and the fact that there's 2 kings on board.
Oh, give us a break. He's only got 62k behind him. I don't think he's staying in here.
Yeah, I mean,
what's he bet? Oh, 6.2.
Yeah, they're still fairly deep here.
Let's see.
But there is, of course, a re-entry option in this. Yes. So if he hasn't rebought, then you can call knowing that you do have a backup plan.
So there's the re-raise, and Dan's
Re-raised immediately, yeah.
Dan's going. Well, this is how Steve's played. Steve's played a lot different to what I've seen here. When he has it, he pushes, and he's not trying to trap anybody.
Yeah, and that's not a bad way to play at all. I mean, the hard part is getting hands, so if you get them, you might as well play them and play them fast, get paid, and he's going to get paid in this case.
If Dan doesn't go broke here, it's now he's just.
Well, the size of the pot relative to his stack is, he's got less than the pot now, so the SPR would say the stack to pot ratio is less than 1.
So at about 20, he's bet there, 30.
He's pretty
40.
much asking him for the lot right now, so...
Yeah. So Dan's sitting there, and...
There's not a lot of draws here either, so...
No.
When Steve's re-raised Dan, the alarm bells are going off to Dan saying, "What have you got?" And it's obvious that when there's 2 kings on the board.
I think the look on his face is that he thinks he's got a king. I would imagine, and if he can somehow find a fold here, it's obviously us knowing the cards. It's an incredible fold if he does.
It is very hard to get away from aces, particularly on a paired board like this, but no draws. Depends on Dan's mindset and whether... Also, I haven't seen how Steve's been playing, but you said he's been just getting cards and making hands.
There's the fold. Wow, how good's that?
That's a very good fold.
Okay, we're putting a little tick on our list here of highlight hands to show later on, and get ready. The chat's about to go nuts.
That's a
very,
wonderful
very
fold.
good fold.
Yeah.
You could just see in his face, I reckon, that he thought he had a king. Just the way he was processing it. And
well, it's difficult for Steve to re-raise with much else there because, as I said, there wasn't any flush draws. There wasn't too many other draws that were available. It was pretty much a king or just fresh air.
So the question on the chat, which is a very fair question, why he would have just flat called, and maybe that's...
Oh, when he didn't 3-bet, when he didn't put in the
With
4-bet
the
with ace king?
Why he flat called just with aces there? Why didn't he fold before or raise with the aces? He's just flat called it. Is he waiting to see if another big bet comes in that sort of confirms his thought that, he has got a king?
Yeah, that's right. And he saved his stack by doing that, I guess. That's the only way he can get away from it, by playing it that way. I'd imagine most... I mean, they are fairly deep, but I'd imagine many players would actually 4-bet that pre-flop. And then, obviously, when the 5-bet's going to come in with the aces, the ace-king's going to call and be in bad shape, and it's over right then and there. But just so early in the tournament, they are quite deep, and these players, they're not as well known to me as we've had previously on the streams this week. So there's a lot of different ways to play, and Dan's made a great fold. So
look,
we've got another big hand here too. We've got a couple of... Robert Spano's got the ace king this time under the gun, and he's raised. Duncan's called pre and then just got rid of it on the flop as Rob continued.
Doesn't he love you anymore?
No, apparently not.
He's bluffing with the best hand, Rob.
This is your 2-minute call.
I'd slap him.
It's also good. We've got a few different people leaving comments in the chat tonight.
He's playing a kiss to you. Oh my God! Why didn't you react immediately?
Get back to you with all the questions. So, also don't be afraid to, if you've got friends and family playing on there, make sure you tag them and let them know, and then their other friends know as well, so that you can all join and watch together.
Oh mate, come on, come on.
7 raises 2.4, 8 folds.
I love it.
This opened under the gun from Matthew. It was a fairly loose type of open, and Hardy's off a short stack. He has found the 9s in the cutoff, and he's
Hope he didn't tell you how I busted him last night.
definitely got to chuck these in here, and he has. He's gone all in for his last 8,700. See if anyone else has got a hand. We saw King 10 suited folded. Now Steve's got a very pretty hand, and that'll perform quite well against the 9s. So I'm not sure for that size. It's only a small all in, less than 10 big. So Steve's going to find a call there, and saw another nice hand. Queen 10 of hearts is folded. Now it's up back to Matthew. He's probably makes a good decision, I think. Jack 9 offsuit, just throw it away, and we've got what's normally a fair flip.
Yeah, a made hand against the pretty hand.
But we have seen quite a few of these cards in
That's
the muck.
right. That's right.
We saw a Jack 9 folded. I saw a Queen
I
folded.
don't want to outdo you.
So,
But he does hit the jack.
yeah, which means there's 1 9 left.
Heart for a sweat?
So only 1 card to come, or else he's out, which he is.
And Steve's run just keeps going.
Yeah, that wasn't. It looked like a fair flight pre-flop, but it wasn't when you looked at the cards that were folded. So
Probably finish up.
unlucky there
7, 8, 30.
for Hardy, and he'll have the option to re-enter if he wants to. And Steve is just now stacking chips again and again and again.
The great wall of chips.
Yeah. He's good at stacking chips, that is for sure. He's certainly done this before. And did you mention Steve's biggest result he was telling me about? Yeah.
Yeah, we had a bit of a background.
You can see he featured in that event.
Yes.
So we've got Duncan McKinnon, who's a veteran on the APT circuit. He's from Queensland, and always see him at the APT events, so it's good to see him here again. Finds ace jack under the gun.
He's copping a little bit of heat there before Duncan, because Zara, the dealer, was telling him to put these big chips on top of the stack so people could see them, and he didn't seem to know what she was talking about. So, what? Do I need to put the big chips? So, but I didn't realise she was talking to him. I could hear it through the microphone. So, one of our chatters came on and said, he's played enough poker to know that.
Yeah. Yeah, he has been around, and I've seen him on a lot. I've played against him a lot, and
2.4.
very nice, polite gentleman Duncan is. So we see both players flopped a pair, and Matthews now turned 2 pair to make the better hand here.
Oh, you got 2 pair, haven't you?
Defending the big one.
The Wither must have. It's only a relatively small pot, that, so the 2 pair. There was a few scary cards that came out there, and bottom 2 pair wasn't, faring too well with what else could have been out there. So nice little pot there for Matthew. And just said we're around 20 minutes away from a break, maybe less. 82 runners in this field already. And late registration, I believe, continues until tomorrow, so...
Yeah, we'll have plenty of runners in this. This is one of the most popular events always on the Australian Poker Tour, and I think it is obviously structure and field, but on top of your prize money, they have that beautiful Dracakis diamond ring up for grabs too. It's our equivalent of the World Series of Poker bracelet, I suppose.
It's a custom ring, and it is a ring that, you know, we've had this event for a number of years now, and I have just playing around the tables and being around. It is a ring that people love to wear as well. Most people that have won that ring choose to wear it. We have a bit of a collision incoming here with our Steve Smith, who's running hot, and Francisco.
So they think alike, kids.
He's open with the jacks. Just called by Steve. And Steve spikes that ace, so Jackson there in a very bad spot.
God.
When Steve's got the other jack, there's not much help for him here. He needs to go bang with the jack, or I guess he could run into a chop straight.
I'm going to start calling Steve Dipper, because this is having very similar vibes to what was going on in Southport in this very event last time. Dipper ran like this.
Dipper wears a cap as well.
Yes.
Does he have a New York Yankees hat? Is his
I don't think.
It's a different colour, but I know it's a baseball cap of some sort. So I'm just trying to think if maybe that's the lucky trick to it.
Hurry up before I eat them all. Hurry up before I eat it all.
But he absolutely was running like this last time, and Steve is on a heater here.
Yeah, and it's funny how poker can do that. You'll sit there so often and you'll hear people say, I'm card dead, I'm card dead, I'm card dead. But how many times do you hear someone come up to you and say, I'm just hitting everything, I'm just getting smashed in the face with the deck, I can't miss.
Good fold there. Saved himself a bit of money, did Francisco.
Yep, and Steve just keeps piling on, building that wall up.
Look at that, he's nearly got as many chips as everyone on the table.
Yep.
Did you swap me? I was meant to be on the...
He's certainly a player that's hard to run, you know, particularly when he's hitting, but he's an aggressive style player. He bets it, and if he's got it, people want to look him up, and they keep calling him and keep seeing the bad news, so...
I'm railing my brother.
Oh, really? I understand, your brother.
Same mother.
Yeah.
Dad.
Yeah, I can tell. Ringer. Regular ringer. Ringer and... Are you Kiwi?
Me?
Yeah.
Half Tongan and half South African.
4 races.
Yappy.
Oh yeah, half Tongan and half South African.
Wow.
5 votes.
Geez, you have a fucking problem with the rugby there. You just beat yourself up.
All right, this time it's Francisco that raises under the gun, Jack 9 suited. Now, I don't mind that one. We saw Matthew raise Jack 9 offsuit under the gun earlier, and I think that's a little bit wide, but you know, if you hit a build up the stack, it's not too bad. But Jack 9 suited, definitely we want to raise that under the gun, and Dan's defended in the big blind, calling out offsuit also. Good, but
what a shame Steve's not in this hand.
Yeah, you know, I didn't know. I wasn't looking. What does Steve have? But I think he would have had at least.
It didn't really matter. I think King 4 probably.
At least a king and a 4. Yeah.
Didn't have that.
I think he might have had. Oh wow. Yeah, he might have had 10-7, and the turn will be a 10, and the river will be a 7. So.
New Zealand own our whole squad.
No, I mean, take the Tongans out of the Kiwi team.
Oh, if that actually happened, they'd
be competitive, right?
So Joel, apparently that's America's card room, that red hat with the 4-leaf clover on it.
Out of the Australian team and out of the Kiwi team.
It's not a American sports team, and it's definitely not the Yanks. It's a poker site.
I believe it's.
Who else is Tongan?
Right, I remember it is a 4-leaf clover. Yes, it is ring a bell. And when you go to Vegas, there's a popular brand over there called Live Lucky, and that's what the 4-leaf clover is.
Well, it's the Irish lucky symbol, isn't it? So
yeah, and I've seen it over in, particularly in the World Series.
They took one wizard off and they put another wizard on.
Been to Vegas a number of times, and I believe that's where he's got a collection of those hats from.
Why? We haven't contributed enough already.
Yes, but
huh?
now that I've thanks for that comment. The four clovers on it, the four-leaf clover. That does ring a bell. Same as Rob Spano. He's got the same cap. It may also be a sports team. I believe there might be an Irish soccer team that's got the four-leaf clover on it, and an NBA basketball team that has a four-leaf clover on it.
Why?
They'd both be called the Celtics, I reckon. Boston Celtics have got the four-leaf clover.
Talk to Tony. You're going to take the state of origin to
way.
They're green, of course.
They are green, yes.
Why?
Put clovers are normally green.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
That would be cool.
That would be
I say to the Kiwis, they should have done it.
That isn't the Boston Celtics hat. That's the.
No, that is the card room.
That is the lucky hat.
Been given, yeah, been given and on good authority. I apologise again, just we've got this little overlay business happening on the camera. We do like to be perfect here,
You've got a haka.
but quite sure. Just a little ghosting on the cameras. Going to a break pretty soon, so hopefully once we come back, we'll have fixed that.
You know the haka?
It's not a copyright mark, is it?
You know the haka?
It doesn't look like it there, but there's some other action going on, ghosting as well. Otherwise, that would probably not be such a bad idea, putting our background on that.
When I was playing rugby, I had a Kiwi team that came out.
So we see this little blind versus blind battle at the moment. Dan's just elected to do a sneaky limp, I think, with the ace-5 suited, which I don't mind, because knowing Andres Vasquez is sitting to his left and is going to be quite aggressive sometimes. So does check it pre-flop. We go to the flop 5-3-6.
So he hasn't hit the ace, but he has hit the 5.
We were really
Yeah.
defensive in the first sort of 20 minutes, and then we realised, hang on a minute, we're better than them.
Andre's probably not going to stick around here, or he might try and bluff if.
Hello, man.
No, he's had a bet.
Yeah, well he hasn't. He's probably not going to win with 10 high, so he's got to start betting once checked to us.
Again, apologies. These aren't the guys that are in the hand. Just when we get that overlay, the cameras don't flick around, and we do get stuck. So we can still see the action. We just can't see the cards coming out and the faces of those in the hand. But we can see that a 7's come out. Does give Andreas the gut shot, the straight draw as well. Double, what do we call that thing?
Yeah, the double
gut shot. And gives him a little more equity than he had. Dan's checked. Andres has bet again.
Yeah, well, he got a good turn card if he was going to get. That's probably as good as a 10 or an 8. And this is actually not easy now to.
Is that 3 blues over there already?
Calling, so he has folded. And
Joe, you're supposed to be playing to get
when
food.
he watches his hand
Joe,
back,
you're supposed to be playing to get food. Joe, you're supposed to be.
Francisco might wish he raised that one pre-flop, but I don't mind it.
No, over. No, I was leading over. I was leading it over. I wasn't standing over.
The buffets of determination.
We definitely know when Rob Spano's at the table is got that very recognisable voice. Was of course the icon for the New South Wales State of Origin team.
Congratulations! I walked past you.
Was really excited and happy and pleased to get into that second place with his team.
It's not allowed to be on the rail, as well. Brian, give me a one-hand penalty right now.
Getting a little bit of trouble, getting told the rules here with the phone situation.
Time to get a one-hand penalty right now.
This is the right one, isn't it?
No penalties issued,
the right
though.
one.
Just being told to get the phones out of the way.
All right, we're playing the
Rob Spano, and he's opened the sevens.
We're on a 15-minute break.
So as you can hear, they were about to go on a 15-minute break, and then we're playing 3 more levels of this tonight. We're going to stick with it.
In the Dracakis, you're on the feature table. Once you get back from your break, you'll be on table 12.
Seen Duncan's picked up the ace queen and elect a 3-bet, raised to 6,700. And we'll go back to Rob to see what he how he wants to play the sevens. I think calls the most likely.
What did you say?
You got calling chips there? I'd expect he would. So we'll go to a flop, and Steve's not in the hand, so one of these guys has a chance.
6 tracks.
And one has a very, very good chance as Rob hits the 7 on the flop.
Bang right in the middle set.
That's going to be pretty well disguised there, isn't it?
Ooh, he does look like he wants to. Oh no, he's checked. Sorry, he has checked. Yeah.
Oh, hang on, there's
She's
just
saying
little.
If he bets an oversized chip and says 12 at 6-12 blinds, what's the match?
Okay.
you bet 12,000. So what do you want to rule?
So it's going to be 12,000.
Okay. 12,000.
So just trying to find out what happened here. Rob checked.
And he's doing a really great job of acting here too. I think, Rob, that he's pissed off that, that it was more. I think there was it finished up being a 12K bet, but I think it was a larger chip.
Yeah, he just wants to check which sevens he's got as he looks back at his cards there.
And Duncan's hit the ace
Which
too.
is bad news for him, and is going to be in bad shape because
Yeah,
there's not a card in the
Duncan,
deck.
Duncan was all in,
Yeah.
and that ace was just the worst for him there.
Yep.
Oh,
That's,
makes it even
drawing
sicker.
dead.
Oh, so, and the ace on the river was even worse for him.
Well, yeah, if he didn't get it in on the turn, it was definitely going in on the river, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And,
So, bit of an interesting hand to finish there, mate, but we'll fix that overlay. We'll be back in 15 minutes. As I said, 3 more levels of this tonight. Some good poker coming up. Don't go too far.
85. on here? Yeah, we were only 7-handed. I can't believe you didn't shove. They're watching you.
Now you only can play aces and kings.
I was going all in.
They're watching. I'm watching you all now. I'm watching you too.
Alrighty guys, we've got a Super Series main event study waiting to get started. $250 buy-in, 12 minute blinds. As I'm looking for one more player to get started. $250 buy-in, Super Series Saudi. Currently has 2 players.
Two? No, I don't believe so.
No.
Supposed to know what other people have.
You want to put your phone on the other table if I spilled on by accident? Oh, by accident?
No worries.
I'm very uncoordinated.
Why not, man? Why not?
I'll need to take your phone as well.
What do you want me to do?
Take your phone.
Oh.
Eight, 4. 1, 4. Four raise. 3,500. 5, 4. Raise 7,600. Four goes all in.
What seat are you? I stole that seat. I stole that seat. Just grab seat 9.
Is this being streamed?
Professionals are not allowed on the table.
Another professional. Is this streamed on Facebook?
Yeah.
Adam, round table.
Wrong.
Hey, Pat, I stole that. We get 9 players now.
Not right now.
I got the seat if you need it. All right? Where have you been all day?
Sorry?
Where have you been all day?
I was just walking around waiting to see how it's going to turn out for the league.
Oh, that one.
You're a big
Yeah.
blind. Give me 5, please.
Nah.
No, not really. How much?
1,600.
Only 10 players and
Yeah.
all very good players. And
Yeah, but you're better.
don't really want to, yeah. Seems like a better idea.
There might be more on top here than is there, I reckon. There might be more on top here than over there.
Possibly, yeah. No, probably not on top, but in terms of like,
Overall.
yeah. Especially if I sell action for that event, you know.
16.
There's your line and
Oh, yeah, sweet.
1, 4.
Rightio, welcome back to the Dracakis coverage of the Dracakis Players Championships. Braden Jinks here in the booth with Craig Abernathy. Craig, thanks for joining us. Sure, take us through to the end of the night where we'll play 3 more levels, I believe, before we will either bag up or stop the coverage. So we'll be here with you for at least the next couple of hours.
Yeah, looking forward to it. A couple of familiar faces on this table, so it should be good, bit of fun. Just seen Adam Carmen's just joined the table as well, so they've just moved this table over, and wow, Adam's probably doesn't need any introduction.
No, certainly doesn't. Obviously, final table. If you caught the coverage yesterday of the TLPT opening $7,500 event, Adam Carmen was on the FT there. Lost a few unfortunate flips.
Yeah, he's had a successful APT already, but he'll be out for more prize money in this one, and of course that Dracakis ring.
I think that's like weaken off the whole sometimes. You can never fold it, but you're just like, you get anything against ace king or tens or kings. Or kings as well.
A few other familiar faces here. Daniel Noja.
Yeah, Daniel Noja from Canberra.
Is he from Canberra, really?
Yeah, and he's retired. Pretty much just poker. And we move round to seat 2, Jason Badugo Rojas. Now lives in Brisbane, but originally from Colombia. Full-time poker pro. Loves his soccer, or football, as they call it. And he's recently had a son in the last year. I think he's only got a young son, I think he's son of 2. Juan Roman, I think you pronounce his son's name. So shout out to Juan if you're at home watching Dad play.
More importantly, was I alive? More importantly, maybe I was alive.
Very familiar face in seat 3, Will Wong.
Alright,
yeah, and a cash game grinder for an extremely long time.
Wednesday night.
He's more recently been, he says he's retired, but he does have that boat, and he loves getting out there, and I see him put some stuff on his social media, catching some snapper and queenfish, I believe, so jewfish. He loves getting out there in the Brisbane waterway, chucking in a line, but obviously so active as well. Like he's like so many of these players these days, ultra fit and loves going to the gym. I don't know what he can bench, but
appears to be a lot.
Looking at these biceps, yeah. And then to his left, we've got none other than Kenny Wang.
In seat 4.
Maybe he's to Will's left, isn't he? Have to wait till the camera goes around. In this hand, though, we've got Benjamin LeBlond, and he was featured on the Pot Limit Omaha 2200 8 Max the other night. Ended up, just trying to think, ended up running second, I believe.
Celebrity bounty event we have coming up on Wednesday night. We do have a meet
Bali in Indonesia, originally from Canada, and he had his rail.
Give it a like.
It was quite late, that
tag 3 of your friends
broadcast went till about 2 in the morning, and must have been good time for his rail back in Indonesia and Bali watching him. They were all tuning in about 2 in the morning, 1:30 to watch him to play. So he was my pick to take it out, but I think he ended up running second in that event for 20,000.
It is for Wednesday night.
So Ben's in seat 8, I believe.
Thought we might see another barrel there from Ben. Probably don't really get to this spot with too many worse hands than Queen 8 suited, but he's decided enough is enough. Looks to shut down, but it doesn't matter. Neo has the best hand on the river. SBR is less than one. Interesting to see how he proceeds. Look to probably get this hand to showdown. Yes, he does. If Adam decides that this is a combination, he'll be looking to bluff. But Adam will know best here. Let's see how he proceeds.
Yeah, Adam, of course, from the New South Wales team. I believe he won 2 of his matches.
It is a combination he chooses to bluff as Adam moves all in. He knows that absolutely, very rarely, has the best hand. And gets Ben to fold.
Yeah. Well executed bluff, that one.
Certainly very familiar sight on the Australian poker scene is seeing Adam Carman rake in chips without the best hand. Certainly one of the most difficult players to play against on the circuit. Will be well over $1 million in earnings now as well, Adam. Just become so great at the game so quickly. He decides that can't win, so we're all in. Of course, the Dracakis Players Championship, one of the most prestigious events on the tour, a tournament that everyone really wants to win, namely that $12,500 Dracakis Players Championship ring. On top of whatever we get for first place here, of course, that 12.5 grand not in the prize pool, that's added on by Dracakis Jewelers. Such a great initiative. That's a beautiful piece of silverware or goldware, I'm not sure if that's a term, but 18 carat, $12,500 ring. As Jason will look to complete here with the 6-3 of diamonds. Just wondering how the one re-entry would affect the Players' Championship, but it hasn't really seemed to change the tournament too much. Notoriously always a freeze out, as we've got a little something for every player here. Middle pair for Jason, the over pair for Gabrielle, and gutted to the nuts. Plus a backdoor flush draw for Adam.
5,200.
Could be a spot where we could look to check jam the jacks, but just gonna try and put chips in now. I don't see Jason folding either. Got both players covered. Jacks felt like a really nice hand. We could arrange out a position there and stuck off versus some 10x holdings, but it's basically literally one of the best cards in the deck. For Gabrielle's specific hand, it'll be really interesting to see what happens here. I feel like SBR is just over 0.5. Gabrielle might be sending this one in. He does. This might be getting 2 pretty quick folds.
7-4.
Jason might get a count. He does, but can't see him putting this one in.
15,500.
It's one of the better boards you could probably find for jacks.
Yeah. I think at this point when Jason tanks, Gabriel's now wanting a call, obviously. And yeah, I can't see Jason calling. It's a bit too much. Just the pair, no draw. And Gabriel, the Frenchman, lives in Queensland now, originally from France. He's come to Australia and he works in, he's wearing those big sunglasses. I don't know if you care to guess where he works, Juicy.
Enlighten me.
On a solar farm.
A solar farm?
Yeah. He's working on a solar farm at the moment, which is obviously somewhere I reckon you need sunglasses all the time. And
I don't think the solar, I don't think it conducts the sun. You know, we get the same weather on a solar farm as we would at a lot of other places.
Yeah.
Not that I wouldn't know too much about solar farms here in the commentary booth.
I don't know if you even call a solar farm a solar farm. Like,
they're very big. I've driven past one of them. There's one in Victoria somewhere. I might have been in Queensland. I drove past it, and I was at a loss to how big the land actually was.
it's not like a traditional farm. I mean, but yeah, I guess they're growing sun energy or something. I don't know. I'm not sure it's a farm, but that's what they're called. They are called a solar farm. That's where he works. He's
What did you just say then? What are you growing the sun?
well, a farm usually produces things, and I guess a solar farm produces energy. So that's where the farm term would come from, I guess.
Just move on, Craig. Just move on.
Got a few more dad jokes I could throw in, but I think I'll leave it alone. Anyway, we shall move on. Let you do the analysis for this hand. We've got an open from Adam, defend from Will.
Well, pretty standard so far. Adam will be looking to bet small with nearly his entire range. He's very, very dead. Be interested to see how Adam proceeds here. We can check back and maybe get to showdown against some club holdings, which are now not good anyway, as you are getting rightly roasted and corrected in the chat about your solar farm comments, Craig Abernathy. I didn't want to be too harsh, but I'm glad that the viewers are.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. When,
You checked, right?
Good luck, guys.
Will weighing up his option between call or fold. We're pretty high up here. I'm not sure that Will has the folding eyes there. He looks a little bit suspect of Adam's near pot-sized bet on the river. He might just have to put this one in and side call. He does. And Adam, with a wry smile, knows that his hand is no good.
Yep. Nice call.
Have to try.
Huh?
Have to try.
Yeah. Can't win it by checking there. Huh?
That's the same conclusion I came down
Yeah, well, this is a double stack. Conventional shuffle. Your blinds are up 8,000, 16,000 with a 16,000 big blind ante.
We were all done the same in the spot, mate. Just different amount maybe, but it might have been the same.
74. 1600. 32.
All right, that joke was so horrible from Craig Abernathy. We've made a change in the unscheduled change in the commentary booth, as we're joined by one of the most familiar faces on the Australian poker circuit, Liam Murray.
Hi guys,
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it was so strange. I was standing outside and I was in the tournament, but I heard the joke and decided I'd have to jump in the booth. So, yeah.
I don't blame you, it was quite bad. So now here we are as...
Big old pot. King high versus ace high. Ace and a flush draw for Sam. Gut shot for Ben LeBond. 6 high flush for Porps.
Pretty rough shape after that ball, after that flop. You know, a new 4-colour deck takes into account the folded cards.
Yeah, that's
and
cool.
but the equities will change. So a lot of the times, people have chimed in and thought that I didn't realise this hand had so much equity against this. It doesn't. We are just taking into account the folded cards. So you'll see the cards blacked out in the top right-hand corner once we're all in.
Yep.
Bit of a change for the series. And obviously with the 4-colour deck, most players playing online now, if they're playing 10, 20 tables, they'll utilise a 4-colour deck.
Very handy if you are happening to play PLO as well.
Oh, of course. PLO 5 and 6, games that you'd be very familiar with. And I think...
I have 19 outs against top set. And there's a house deposit in the pot. So let's see how we go.
Goodness gracious me, I don't know how you do it.
Numb is the answer.
Oh, yeah,
How's your time in the booth been so far, Braden?
It's actually been... it's been great because we commentated the 7.5K TLPT opening event from about 30 onwards.
Yep.
And I mean, just
a murderer's row, that tournament.
It was
high quality stuff.
I sat down and we had Mo and Malcolm next to each other, who both won a bracelet six weeks ago.
Yep.
And obviously, Cale Burns got to the table with the chip lead and did not for a single hand relinquish the chip lead until he won the event. So it was high quality poker for a day and a half.
Yep.
And was joined by Angel and Jared Thatcher in the booth at different times yesterday. And I mean, you speak to both of those guys for 10 or 20 minutes and you just realise very quickly why they're so good.
Yeah, it's incredible as the buy-ins increase. Yeah, sure, you get your average, recreational occasionally, but in general, the fields are going to be pretty tough. And from what I saw on the stream, it was a very, very tough tournament, but pretty cool to watch because it's super high level. And for those who, potentially might have watched a Triton or maybe late stages of the World Series, probably the first time since the Aussie Millions that we've seen a level of poker like that, I think.
Oh, absolutely. But you know what makes tournament poker so great? You can mix all that in with the fact that Vicky played her first ever tournament and final tabled and won 23. Has never played a tournament before ever in her life.
So she wasn't in the Sims during the break.
No.
Maybe she might have been. You never know.
I don't think that was the case.
Okay.
Seemed to wear the emotions on her sleeve every time she was in a very big spot.
Yep.
It was pretty evident that she was in a big spot or had a big hand. It was obviously been dealing high stakes cash games and been playing in those cash games apparently. So quite adept at playing cards, but has probably never played sub 50 big blinds in her entire life.
Yeah, I mean, a cash game is very different, right? If you're under 50 bigs, you're like, okay, well, what do I do? How do I top up? So, but, appreciating the moment and also considering the moment for someone with, not as much experience as perhaps the rest of the table, certainly very understandable. So I can't take it away from her for, feeling a little bit more than, let's say, Cale Burns would have been.
No, exactly right. I've got an interview lined up with Cale at the next break of the 15K, and he's a few words.
You'll have to get him talking.
You got to think of how long Cale's been around. Can you recall ever really seeing him in an interview or a podcast?
I can't.
Very rare.
Which means that you're going to have to make it very, very good.
We'll see how we go, but good to see Cale back in Australia. Just waltzes in, wins 200K. Don't worry about it.
Lunch money for that bloke.
Yeah, it certainly is. But it's good to see, one of the best to really ever do it back here at APT playing. He's sitting in the 15K right now. Did you manage to have a look at the field in that 15K?
Yeah. it's one of those things, right? Like the larger buy-ins. For me, I'm not really travelling internationally like for the near future, so I won't get the opportunity to play a buy-in like that again. So,
Will, come on, bro.
wow, big raise from Will on the turn here. Adam leads the turn with an up and down straight draw, and then Will check raises all in with top pair, unblocking all of the draws. So he had the 10 of hearts, which didn't factor in to the straight draw.
Isn't it a very different pot to buy for
to go along with his top pair. Yeah, what I was saying about the 15k. Some of the guys who are playing the 15k will probably be travelling around the world playing tournaments of that buy-in for the rest of the year, or maybe even into next year, so may have a chance to recover some of the variance of a big buy-in like that, whereas someone like myself, you know, most of the tournaments I'm playing, the top end of the buy-in will be 2.5k, so for the year, losing a 15k buy-in will make a huge difference to my overall year. So I'm just going to sit it out and sit back and watch, and hopefully get to hang out with you while you're commentating it, and see if you can dissect what Cale Burns is up to with the Jack 7-0 and a 4-bet pot.
You must have aces.
I'm doing my best to make sure he does the interview with me, so maybe I don't bring that up. I think you did mention that you're not going to be travelling overseas for the foreseeable future. Obviously, it's going to have a lot to do with fatherhood.
Yeah, it's been unreal. I'm quite, you know, I love to share things on social media. I'm very lucky to have plenty of great friends and friends throughout poker, and also outside of poker who love to follow along with our life. And yeah, we just celebrated his first birthday yesterday, had a birthday party for him, which was super cool. Unfortunately, meant that I missed the 7.5k. But, you know, plenty of poker tournaments to come, not too many.
I think he's just called the 20 big blind jam with ace-9 suited. Danielle, Canberra's finest. Gabriel in pretty good shape to double up here.
See what Pedro has for us.
See how the equity says 18 to 82. Obviously, ace-9 suited has a lot more equity versus 10s than that, but we do take into account those folded cards, and I believe 2 aces have been folded. The graphics just catching up.
What? Do you want a set? Danielle asking Gabriel if he wants a set, which would make him a straight, of course. He probably doesn't want a set this time.
It would appear that it's come as our graphics are just catching up.
Unbelievable. 3 overcards and you still win.
How do you find juggling, playing live poker and fatherhood?
Yeah, look, I'm a bit of a broken record. I'm very thankful to have a supportive wife and family as well. So when I do get the opportunity, I snuck down here to play the Dracakis. Unfortunately, didn't go my way, so I just stuck home after.
You know, it's
finished up.
You know, it's a re-entry now, don't you?
Is it?
It's a re-entry. Did you not know that?
I did. I've already done it.
Oh, right. You fired the 2 bullets.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, nah, look. Yeah, so coming back to family life and poker, it's obviously, you know, for any parent who enjoys it as much as I do, it obviously becomes, well, you know, for most people, it becomes your priority. So, very. Very cool to be able to mix the two.
Do you know what I picked up very quickly, having Angel and Jared in the booth?
You're on your first day.
Both incredibly, both spoke about their partners straight away. Jared just said, I'm the luckiest person in the world. Angel said that fatherhood has changed his life for the absolute better. Both partners understand the game. Obviously, Angel's partner works in poker, a very successful career in poker.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I apologise if you've been with us for the last hour. I will tell the story again just so you know. Jared Thatcher's wife wanted to learn how to play in the last couple of weeks, and they went down to the $25 self-dealt buy-in at the pub.
Yep.
And would you believe, actually it's very believable, Jared Thatcher did manage to take that tournament out.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Whilst knocking his wife out in the process.
A ruthless individual.
So I don't think... but I mean, it's good to at least have your partner understand and know that...
Yeah, I mean, such a big part of poker is the mental game and the mental side of poker. Like, you know, for example, a big series like this, if you're coming here and playing, 5, 6 days or 7 days of poker in a row, that fourth or fifth day and you've not really had anything go your way. Let's say you've lost your third ace-king versus pocket jacks, or you've lost your jacks versus ace-king, and you're going home to your wife or you're going home to your partner, it's really nice to be able to vent. Not vent, but, she...
Understand the frustration.
Yeah, understand the frustration, and, the encouragement is really important. I'm very lucky that my wife is a very, very competent and competitive poker player these days.
Final table, the WPT...
Yeah, the ladies event there, which Phoebe Yan went on to win, one of APT's finest dealers.
Currently dealing the final table of the horse tournament, Phoebe.
Yep.
Adding all of the games to her resume, but it's good. The WPT final table, nothing to sneeze at.
No, she had a really great run. Unfortunately, Phoebe had petrol for breakfast and just did not let up on anyone. So Phoebe jammed, Tay called with pocket tens, and Phoebe got there with a flush. So it's not much to be done when the chip leader jams into you and you have pocket tens. You got to call it off.
Absolutely not.
But yeah, it's one of those things you just got to balance it up, and for anyone who derives part of their income from poker or solely their income from poker, it really truly does make such a big difference to have a team behind you. Even if that's just your group chat or your friends or family even. Don't have to have a missus or a boyfriend or whatever. Just lean on your friends, and it helps along the way for sure.
Certainly does. It is hard to come home sometimes. Maybe if you've had a bad series, if you brick all the high rollers in here, it's a house deposit for some people.
Yeah, for sure.
So, people have to understand
and
that's
probably a house in Toowoomba, not just a deposit. Look, the swings of a series can be tough to deal with.
5,700.
Jason leading with the 8 high on the turn.
No diamond.
No diamond. And Mr. Sandev was probably a pretty clear call, I would say.
As Joe has just joined us, of course, a part of the
5,700.
South Australian State of Origin team.
It's so tough, Braden. Like, these guys are just stone cold killers at the felt, but incredibly good blokes off. So
Joe, you wouldn't meet a better bloke than Joe.
No, honestly, yeah, he's a very good fella. I was lucky enough to have dinner with him during the WPT series, and he wasn't shy to offer a glass of the red that he bought. And he's a good fella. Most of those South Australian boys, and even that Gary Lynn, he's all right too.
Of course, winning, taking down a tournament yesterday for $16,000. Did Gary Lynn?
Seat 6.
Interesting bluff from Jason here. Obviously, not a chance of winning at Showdown with the 8-6 offsuit.
I think once we choose... I think once we choose to
bluff the turn, must bluff the river.
Bluff the river. I'm not sure how many nines we're leading, but anyway, Jason will
not
know
too
better.
many. But again, pretty easy call down for Joe with the King 10.
Have a look at this table now. Travis Endersby has just joined us. Of course, captain of the Victoria State of Origin team being Western Australia.
Yep.
One more. We got
And
two.
recent second place getter in the WPT main event for around 350,000, around that mark.
Yeah. He was a thorn in my side all of day 3.
He's bluffing.
You were deep in the main event?
Yeah.
very bluffing.
Finished with the 21st. So.
It's one's going to hurt a little.
Yeah, nothing. Honestly, nothing I could have done. I'm pretty happy to eat the humble pie and say that I was surrounded by the best in the room and potentially even the best in the country. My table draw was, day 3 was Cooper Feltham, Malcolm Trainer, Tom Maguire.
You could just stop there and it would be tough.
Yeah. But I also had Daniel Nielsen as well.
Yeah.
Daniel 12 beer Nielsen.
12 beers is probably a little generous unders, I think.
Yeah. But again, you do what you can. And I also had Trav on day 3 and everyone else that was in there as well. Guadam Dingra, probably, more of a recreation, but plenty of experience in poker as well. So,
do you want me to make
Hey, you have aces and then you put that.
I will correct you there.
Yeah.
Guadam, probably one of the most winningest online players in Australian poker history.
Well,
if you,
I did not know that.
No, Guadam obviously.
I should definitely put some respect on his name.
For the
I do apologise.
For the old school regs out there, quite a famous screen name, Buffett77.
Yep.
Guadam Dingra probably
not Will. Come on.
would be in the
He's taking all my other teams.
earnings
No, bro. No.
number
No.
of,
Bye.
you know, Damo and all those old school guys. So
I might get Craig back in. Where's Abernathy?
No, to
honestly,
be fair to you,
honestly,
Guadam's been retired for a very long time. So
I'll quickly jump in before I bury myself further. I haven't had the experience of playing with him, and I certainly don't know his history. So my assumption was certainly said with no disrespect.
he doesn't play.
Yeah, I mean, turning a gut shot for Adam Carmen needs a 4 or a 3. Otherwise, he'll be off to the rebuy desk. Or not do it. Aces and 3s will lose to aces and 9s of will in the big blind.
An investment banker.
And that's what I had heard. I had heard he was a successful businessman, so
he was.
Didn't know about his pro hours in poker.
He quit and played poker for a very long time. Of course, Buffett77 online.
Makes a lot of sense now.
Stars days, but people, I found it quite funny last year when he sat in the 25k and everyone kind of thought he was the spot.
Yeah.
And my history knowing him from Melbourne, we have mutual friends outside of poker, and I was thinking, he thinks you're all the spot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't know who he was. The game has changed since Guadam played online, but
oh mate, it's like riding a bike. To be honest, I think you still, once you learn how to play well, yeah, you might miss a few pips of the game tree, but you're not going to be too far off. But yeah, coming back to my day 3, I was very, very excited about the redraw that was occurring at 24 players. So we had started day 3 with 50, was just treading water. Card dead in a tough lineup is always tough. And I was so excited about the redraw, and then my table got worse. I got Matt Wakeman.
I was going to say, how can it get much worse than that?
Matt Wakeman, James Ops, Trav Endersby, Daniel Nielsen, and that was,
your blinds are now
I think
1,000, 2,000,
at that time, or 7-handed, maybe 8-handed. Anyway.
So I take my comment back, and you're probably going to be happy with 21st.
Yeah, I mean, you can only do what you can do, and I just didn't get a spot, and unfortunately, that was it. But, the second largest buy-in I've ever played, so to get a cash was great, but to get a almost 3x return on my buy-in was even better. So, yeah.
What is the biggest buy-in you've played?
Lucky enough to play the main event in Vegas.
Oh, okay,
which, played the
15K
14.7 I think was the exchange rate at the time, but obviously a bucket list item for any poker player. The interesting thing is now I would play it completely differently. I had double start stack on end of level 1 on day 2, so that was about 120k. Knowing what I know now about poker, I would just, that's a day 4 stack.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I could literally,
in the money.
I could literally fold for probably a day and a half and probably play aces, kings, ace, king, and queens, and I would have made the money.
That's so crazy.
And it's just an experience thing, right? Like you think about, as your poker progression occurs, you start learning new strategies and you start, learning new thoughts about the game. It's probably not the room to be trying to apply those. And I look back at a few hands that I think there was one hand where I called down. Some dude just bet like 26,000 on the river, and I called him down with top pair, no flush blocker, nothing, and he just had a flush, and I was just like, that is a hand where I think back, I'm like, my God, what were you doing, my friend? But
you live and learn. There's going to be a lot more main events that you'll be able to fire for the rest of your life, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully heading off next year for the World Series again. This is an interesting bluff from Daniel for sure. Yeah.
He's going to find out the bad news pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I better get out of the way here.
Yeah.
Daniel, of course, very adept in all the games. Can basically play any game that you could think of. Double, highway, stairway, Badoogie, Heaven 7, or whatever they call those crazy games. Of course, winner of the APT trophy last year in the horse, which is currently on right now over in the back of the room. And it looks like Matty Ginn and Luke went heads up in the 8 game at API Millions, and it looks like they might be going heads up again in the horse, which is pretty crazy. It just shows that those mixed games, there's probably a lot of edge if you start really getting into the weeds.
Yeah, I mean, you can always get second to Matt, right? Like, you don't have to win, but if you just let Matt win every second of any plays, it'll be...
it's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
His record in these mixed games.
I'm sick of that bloke. He's so intelligent and handsome and good at poker. I mean, where are his flaws, Brady? Honestly.
His flaws are that...
sleeping pattern is awful.
His flaws are that he trusts my ability a lot, and it's cost him... it's cost him a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's one of his big flaws.
Yeah, look, I mean...
obviously...
I've done the maths on how many flips I've lost deep in a tournament, and I don't know if I've lost as many as you, so...
we live and learn, though.
Yes.
We live and learn.
We do love the game, and we will continue to play, so...
More than happy to be here commentating on Sam 3-betting the pocket fives. Interesting how we proceed here. 60 effective with Ace Queen.
Will and Sam have a lot of history.
Okay.
So they are both regulars of Brisbane's cash games, and also the weekly Cyprus event, which is obviously the famous nightly, the weekly event at the Ferns in Brisbane. So a lot of history.
We're all deciding to turn this into a bluff, I guess.
I mean, he really handcuffs Sam here, right?
Well, I think too, if you're saying that there's a lot of history, this could be value.
Yeah.
This could be value, we don't know.
Yeah.
Sam, a non-believer.
Yeah, wow.
He's going to call for...
What would you say? We'd be right on Queen Street right now, in the street.
Goodness gracious. Sam's going to see a flop.
How does Will proceed here? It's definitely... Oh my God, look at that turn.
Goodness gracious.
Just
bet small here, surely.
Bet small. Look, Will has the ace of clubs, which is a significant card. He also has the gut shot, but I mean, pot is really ballooned now. Like, it's a monstrous pot.
I mean, I think we can call this size for
Absolutely.
sure.
I was just going to say that. You won't see Will with many raises, but he probably can't fold. I imagine if the club comes, he's going to have to go for it. Well, he gets there anyway.
What about that? What about the club and the card that puts him in front?
I mean, unfortunately for Pork Series...
This is a sick hand.
Yeah, pretty sick. It's just one of those ones that...
Well, it's gone small bet call, I believe. Is that...
Yeah.
Oh, Sam's fuming.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, that's a pretty wet board for... If Will has value, there's plenty of value there. Ace, Queen, Jacks, Kings, Tens all have a bigger set than Sam, but the gut shot gets there and he just blocks the nut flush, so call.
I mean, that's a hand we may not want to spend too long trying to break down. It's not. We're not going to be in a 4-bet pot with pocket fives too often in our lives, so...
Not out of position anyway.
No, very true.
But, like we said, bit of history there, so...
No, it's good for you to bring that, you know, once you said that they've got history, I'm thinking that the Ace-Queen is a bluff. It may very well have been value against his... Might have well knew his man.
Yeah, I mean, Will is a proponent of giving away... You know, he's pretty jovial at the table, but in a big pot, he often just shows up with it. So, you know, he's probably using a little bit of his image there. Ace Queen is a nice bluff candidate if you are going to have any bluffs at all in a 4-bet pot. Are you going to get the chance to play yourself this series, or you're tucked away?
No, I'm tucked away doing the commentary. If I do play, I obviously contracted to do all the days, but I won a ticket into that 50k guarantee.
Yep.
So I've got that $750 ticket sitting there.
Beautiful.
So I may fire that on Thursday if we're not busy.
Yep.
One that I came second to Dipper in the hash and deep stack.
I didn't ask. No one asked.
And well, you asked me if I was playing.
Yeah, but I didn't ask how. Nah, I'm joking.
I was more talking about how Dipper has had it over me, you, and basically everyone that sat at the table at the APT.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no. Look,
I will say one more thing about that. The last series I did the commentary every day.
Yep.
And we weren't ready to set up on the first day, so I was in a day early, and I thought, no, I'll just jump in this 500 because this commentary's not set up.
Yep.
And there she was.
Yeah.
So maybe if we take one more day off,
yeah,
we can make another run.
Let's give it a go. Look, I surveyed the field when I heard that you were in the booth, and everyone felt the same way. The reprieve of knowing that you weren't going to be taking our money.
Stop the nonsense, man.
Just
stop the nonsense.
It echoed through the halls.
You're talking nonsense now. This is probably, to be honest though, this event, specifically the Dracakis, is the only one I get FOMO when I'm commentating.
Yep.
We've had a final table. We both final tabled one in Brisbane, but love this event.
Do you remember who won that one?
I do.
Who was the winner of that event? Braden?
You didn't. I don't want to get barreled here for bringing it up, but very fortunate that a horrendous bad beat was placed on you by another player.
Oof, that was a tough one.
Which saw the end of you, and I managed to take that one out. But I haven't won a tournament since, so I think that...
Think of all the fun you've had.
That's very true. That's very true. I just love the... even though it has changed to a single re-entry, I always love the nature of the freeze out that the Players' Championships always had, and I don't think that the re-entry has changed things too much.
No,
people aren't firing a bullet. You know, and the structure is so good. You know, people aren't just firing, and I don't think that the prestigiousness of the tournament has changed too much.
Agree. Yeah. The single re-entry gives you a definitely gives you well, second life, right?
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the grind.
Yes.
I'm led to believe maybe Josh MC holds the record for 10 to 12 bullets in the grind. I'm not sure if you've...
If anyone's going to get unstuck, it's going to be that bloke, though. You give him...
I think he won it.
Yeah.
I think he won it.
I think he had to.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Second place is breaking even.
They ticked him the last 4, so he had to win to get unstuck. No, it's single re-entry. It's a frustrating one to get out of, actually. Like I busted this just before I jumped in the booth with you. I had nut flush draw against what happened to be an overpair. Plenty of equity, but I lost and I'm out, and I want to be playing again. So,
of course,
it's a frustrating one to miss out on. But there's plenty of poker left for the week.
What are we eyeing off?
On the schedule for myself will be the 5K 6 max. I think that'll be a very fun tournament. Has a great guarantee as well of 200K, which is pretty cool. Going to jump in the main event when I get the opportunity. A large buy-in this time, which is cool. And if there's other things that present themselves on days that I'm free, I believe Nash is back at my son is at daycare on Thursday and Friday this week, so I'll be sneaking in when I can. So, but the highlight of the schedule for myself will probably be the 5K 6 max, I believe.
Very nice. How many bullets in the clip there, mate? 2?
2? Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit of a one-bullet hero sometimes, but there's been plenty of series this year that I have had to use a few. But look, it just all depends on the field. If there's 30, if there's 25, 30 buy-ins up top, I'll probably be happy to fire a third if I have to. But you've got to be responsible with your.
What's 15K between friends, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I look forward to battling with Cale Burns and showing him how to have good hands when he's bluffing. That's basically my strat. Yeah. Bit of a tough hand there for Will. He had a very nice hand with the 2 pair, aces and 9s, but Danielle unfortunately had a backdoor flush to win the pot. Aside from the main event, Braden, are there any other highlighted events that you're looking forward to potentially commentating?
Oh, the 25K for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, huh?
I feel like it's going to be, even though that 7.5K is on the lower end of the high stakes buy-ins, it's going to be the same guys. We're going to have Malcolm Trainer. I saw Alex Linsky in the building before when I walked in. Cale Burns is going to be there, and it's an easy commentary because you're just taking the viewer through what they're doing. We're not trying to. You're watching the best to ever do it. In Cale, we get to sit here and watch. It's free content available on YouTube and Facebook. Joe's going to be in there. He's on our table now. And the Angel, Jared Thatcher will be in the mix there as well.
Yeah.
And
what a legacy for you, huh? Commentating that field.
I mean,
no pressure, mate.
No.
I hope you don't feel stressed. Wouldn't want to be adding to it at the moment.
No, I'm not someone who stresses too much. And if I make a mistake, the people that are watching YouTube tend to fire in the comments and they let me know. I was saying before that Facebook and Twitch is more of a direct audience. If you're watching from there, you're usually a fan of the site or whatever. But on YouTube, sometimes people are scrolling and the stream can just come up, and mate, they can really feed it to you. Yeah. So I just got to have a bit of thick skin, and I've got to make sure if Mum's going to tune in and listen to me, she watches Facebook and not YouTube.
Yes.
So she doesn't see those comments.
Yeah. Good lady, your mum.
Yes.
Must be a pretty good lady. You're a good fellow.
I've put her through a fair bit. But
Mum, I had jacks again.
Oh my God, Mum actually said that to me. She's like, you always overplay those silly jacks. Like, you don't understand. It's the 4th best hand in No Limit Hold'em.
Mum, they've just always got 9s until they don't.
Goodness gracious, man. It's good from you.
Are you planning to play any more poker this year yourself?
Not too sure what my plans are going to be. I hit it pretty hard over the winter. I played basically every day for 4 or 5 months. I think obviously play online all the time, and I kind of did a little bit of a boot camp over the winter and autumn and played every day, and I went into the APL Millions feeling $1 million and then proceeded to drop $1 million.
Yeah. Look, it's an unforgiving. I don't want to say it's definitely more than the hobby for sure. I'd say a passion, right? It's an unforgiving passion at times because I know I've seen your hand histories. There's plenty of times that you're playing very well. It just doesn't go your way. Not you personally, but
sometimes it doesn't. No, but I feel like when you're playing online, obviously that variance can really
it's the repetition. It's the
I mean, the more hands we play, the less that variance ekes out over time. But just honing your craft. The best way to do that is to play as many hands as possible. And after this, I'm not too sure what my plans are going to be. I feel like just sitting and playing online is that's my thing, and I think I enjoy the grind a lot more of making many decisions all at once than 20 decisions an hour. It may not be my go-to, but it's so good to come to a series like this and everyone's around and you see your mates you haven't seen for a couple of months. So not too much live poker in the future, I wouldn't have thought.
Fair enough. We're going to get any action with this open from Joe? Oh, no, probably not from Trav off 20, I'd say. Maybe?
He'll defend this for sure.
If he knew that he had 10-9, he wouldn't.
Less people and more trouble.
Heads up.
What kind of flop's that? We have the 10 of hearts, 4 of spades, 6 of spades. Mr. Sandev has the 10 of spades and 9 of spades. Not much going on for Trav. He does have the gut shot. Joe electing with a check back on the turn behind Trav.
Certainly interesting.
I mean, his hand's so strong.
I'm not a poker player. I'm not.
I think Joe would know that Trav expects him to bet this turn, so let's see what he does. You want to start putting some chips in there eventually, right?
Exactly right.
Probably see a pretty quick fold from Trav, I imagine. What would I know?
I think probably it's one of those ones where we want to have a little think about it, and I mean, if we're ever going to call it to this size, but also got that spade working as well. But Travis is really just going to have to pitch this, I would believe. No. He's going to call, and he's going to have to call this turn with some devious intentions. So
about to say,
I think that, if a spade drops, obviously
he's going to have to go for it.
He's going to have to go for it. Obviously, sometimes we do hit our 7, but once we call the turn with this holding versus size, we're going to have to start thinking about some nefarious ways we can win the pot.
Yeah, just a bit of give up now, I think.
May not be the card.
Does Joe have to turn his hand into a bluff?
I don't think so. I think we got enough showdown here for sure. I think it's just going to go check.
Jack's good, Joe. Jack's good.
Okay. Jack's good, Joey says. Joe's going to be a little surprised to see that from Travis, I think.
That spade would have been a bad card.
There we go. We just answered our own question. So I think Travis just said then a spade would have been a bad card.
It
so
would have been, yeah.
Obviously Travis was cooling with devious intentions, having that spade working in his hand.
Yeah, Travis is obviously a high level thinking player, so You know, yes, he had the gut shot, but the spade in his hand meant that if a spade comes, he may actually potentially start telling the story that he's got a flush. He would have had a very bad time trying to...
From his comment, it doesn't sound like it may have been potentially. It sounds like he was definitely definitely going for that as...
Such a bad turn card for me to start getting my check on there.
What'd you say?
Bad turn card for my shenanigans.
Yeah, shenanigans.
He got me with the 6 deuce O, blind versus blind, and he told me it was just shenanigans. That's how he described it. So, yes, Travis, you and your shenanigans can go back to WA.
Is the word shenanigans maybe something we can start using to justify some big punts, for example? I might start using that. If it's a humongous punt, maybe I'm like, oh, you know, I was
just up to shenanigans,
I was up to shenanigans. I was a non-believer. Of course, you can see Travis playing online, streams all of his content. Streams quite regularly, actually.
Shapuntigans.
Shapuntigans.
That's not bad.
That's not bad from you, Josh.
Travis, of course, playing online from New Zealand.
Of course.
Spends a lot of time over there.
As we all do. I might let this little secret out now. Travis wouldn't know my screen name on ACR, and he plays on ACR a lot, as do I. I often get his stream up whilst I'm playing against him. Obviously, it's on a 5-minute delay, but we need to get it. It's a very common thing to do. Is if we have a streamer on our table, especially if we're deep in a big event.
Yep.
We're always going to have that stream up, getting as much information as possible, and
Trav would be well aware of that possibly happening.
Oh,
so.
I think when you decide to stream, you know that you're going to be giving up a certain amount of EV.
Agree.
There's a really good podcast on this specific topic that's just been released. You can go and watch it. It's free on YouTube. Between Jonathan Jaffe and Leon Sturm, and they talk about how Leon has obviously gone from mid-stakes to super high rollers, and with a lot of success, and talks at length about the decision to stop streaming.
Yeah.
Because when you get to a certain buy-in level, you're just giving away far too much information.
Absolutely.
And but maybe at that mid-stake, if you're playing $100 ABI on ACR, maybe you're not really giving away that much EV, but the problem is when you do stream, the sites will tell you what players are streaming. They'll highlight. So Travis, every time he plays, his name is highlighted in purple. So he knows that everyone at the table can see what he's playing 5 minutes previous, and it takes a lot of balls, a lot of guts. Sorry, I should say, not that, but it takes a lot of courage to be able to
the courage to like fall on your sword, right?
Of
like
course.
If you're streaming and you know, some of the harshest feedback you get is from your friends. So like, you know, you and I, we are a fan of a group chat, and sometimes you post a hand history and you just
not nice.
You're straight in the dishwasher. You are getting rinsed. So you know that's absolutely something that Travis would be well versed in. Not that he plays too many hands poorly, but you know everyone's very quick to critique a hand history. Yeah. Oh man, why'd you bet 30 here? You should have bet 33. Like, what do you mean? Get off my case.
Travis is the one that's final table to Triton event, and none of us have done that. So
no, not yet. Maybe next week.
Yeah. Of course, we don't see too many Australians final tabling Triton events. Of course, who could forget Josh McCulley's run only a couple of months ago? Michael Adamo and Travis Endersby is in some pretty rare air there, is Travis.
Absolutely. Incredible experience as well.
Of course.
Unfortunately, no utes for sale from me. It has been moved on, thankfully.
You sold the ute?
I've sold the ute.
Okay. It was on my feed every single day.
Was it?
Yes.
I posted it once.
Yeah, because everyone commented on it every single day, and it keeps coming up.
I'm maybe was in engagement farming a little bit. With
I mean, if it drives the price up,
it didn't do that. So yeah,
are we getting something bigger and better?
Just to be honest, man, it was a manual ute, and as I mentioned earlier, my young son, we spend a lot of time in my wife's car, so it didn't really make a lot of sense for me to have a ute. So probably gonna end up with getting something newer for my wife, and I'll take her car. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to not getting stuck in Gold Coast traffic in a manual coming down here for a tournament. Or
How cooked is it? I reckon it's the worst drive in Australia.
Yeah,
Gold
it's
Coast to
gotta be
Brisbane
close.
is up there.
Yeah, and most of your
Life is good. Life is good.
most of those, the best events are on a Friday or a Saturday, and that is when your traffic is the absolute worst.
Yeah, of course.
Sure. I saw a article recently posted online about the worst traffic in the world, and Brisbane was up there.
You're kidding?
Yeah,
In the world?
In the world, top 10 apparently, and I thought Gold Coast couldn't be much worse. So, yeah.
It's been great having you come into the booth. It's always a good time. It's good on the Gold Coast, and been a lot of great value here to us of having you in at any time. But I think our stint will be finishing up for the night. I think we'll keep playing.
Well, I have to try and get my my brother. He hasn't actually played with APT before, but he might try and sneak in one more bullet.
Does your brother have a mustache and some glasses?
Yeah, and he has a trench coat as well. He's actually 7'4". No.
Is his name Leroy Murray, or
Yes,
what
it
are we?
is.
Yeah. There'd be a few in the same thought process as you, trying to get back into the Dracakis, but that'd be
What do we have on tomorrow? Do we know?
Obviously, we've got the day 2 of the...
Of this one?
Day 2 of the Players' Champs and day 2 of the 15K TLPT main event, which we can still late reg, I believe, at around 5:15 tomorrow. And
if the bloke pays me for my car, I might jump in.
Yeah, throw a bullet this way while you're at it, mate. I think that apologies. I think that we will be having cards up coverage of the final couple of tables after late reg is over of that 15K TLPT main, of course. It's a star-studded lineup. If I just had a look at the quick peek out the back there, of course, Cale Burns, Alex Linsky, and every other big name in Australian poker. And of course, I did mention the horse event, which is currently a 3-handed final table, and all of those players in the horse event will be in the $2,200 9-game tomorrow, and you can also get down here for flight 1 of the main event. Thanks, Josh, for helping us out there. But we'll be having cards up coverage of the 15K TLPT main event. It's going to be pretty great viewing. We're going to have the stream running on, but commentary will be over as you and I will depart the booth.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Always great to chat.
It's fantastic having you in. I love having you in here. It keeps it a little less serious with a little bit of hand analysis in between. It's really good having you in, so I appreciate you sharing your time with us, and
no problem.
Hope everything's good at home and fatherhood's treating you well and poker treats you even better.
Thanks, mate. No worries. All right,
thanks,
see you
mate.
guys.
Cheers.
See you during the rest of the week.
Are we even? No. Oh my God.
Would you call faster if it was bigger? The lucky one.
So the good ones come to
Faster.
Oh.
How much respect I have for your zip line?
6-4.
5. Pocket 10's just not good enough for your zip line.
Sit 8, 4, 5,000. 1 4. Heads up. Just 5 bet, 3,500. Check. Bet 15,000. 15. 15.
And just jumping back into the booth, this is Craig Abernethy just commentating again. I'm on my own at the present moment until my partner in crime jumps back in, but looks like we're in the moment with Joe Sand, who's deep in the tank facing a large river bet from Sam Haddad, which he sire flicks in the call and sees the good news. So this is the Dracakis Players Championship. As you know, we've had a few players join the table since I left the booth. So Travis Endersby, his first to act in this hand under the gun. I expect he'll be folding the 8-4 of spades. Joe Sandev's also a new player to the table since I was here, and he was a key part of the South Australian team. Raises it up. Queen 10. He's going to get 3-bet to 11K from Daniel Noja.
11,000. 11.
And he'll find the ace king on the button and 3-bet there. I expect Joe to throw these ones away, and he does. So the field's already up to 102 players, of which 53 remaining. This is a single re-entry. And prize pool already up close to 100,000, 96,900. It'll be $1,100 buy-in, so already quite a juicy pool. The end of late Rego is finished, so players have this level. Oh, sorry, late registration is till the end of level 10. We're in level 9 at the moment, my mistake. We'll have this level, another 40-minute level, and then late Rego is shut at the end of that break. So still plenty of time for the pool to grow bigger.
23,700.
So we've got a little conflict here. It's a flip with Joe and Jason Perdugo. So Jason's at Ricks with the Queen Jack of Hearts. And a 9 in the window. Does pick up the straight draw, looking for a 10. Otherwise he will be out, and that's not it. So does pick up the chop outs now as well. And the Queen is not going to do it. So Jason will be out. He'll have the option to re-enter his second attempt if he wishes to do so. And Joe's stack grows to 126,000 from the 50k start stack.
Sit open, feature table, sit 2.
Bring us a sacrifice.
One raise. 4,500.
So maybe we take one more day off.
53 call. 4.5. 4 call. 5 call.
All right, this hand we've seen Danielle raise. Williams called on the button with Queen 5 suited, and Sam's defended the 9-8 of spades. So all fairly reasonable holding at the stage. Not too much there on the flop, but Sam did make a pair, the only one so far, but just decided no one showed much interest in the flop, so his 8's most likely good, and puts his chips in and takes it down. So Sam will chip back up to 30,000.
Big please. Jack, obviously.
Sam reasonably well. He's from Brisbane. Has a lot to do with the Cyprus Poker Club. Runs a regular tournament on a Tuesday night. They get a lot of runners there. Quite often they get a rather large prize pool. I haven't seen the results lately, but a few months ago they're attracting a 10k for first and above, so always get a lot of support from the players from Cyprus, which is good to see. As we see Joe opening ace king of spades under the gun here. It's not going to get any action. It's all folded around, so
New level, 1200, 2400.
Joe's
Lines are up.
seems to be picking up some nice hands and making some nice hands and pulling in the pots and growing that stack. So up to 2.5 starts. Here's a hand for Danielle. The ladies. He's opening under the gun here. It's about 45 effective or so with Joe Sandu, who's defended the big blind. So see what that flop brings. Could expect Daniel to continue here with his bet, and that flop's going to get Joe in trouble for the moment. Having top pair, he won't be folding that one. So we'll see a call from Joe here. This sort of flop does tend to favour the big blind range, and when Daniel bets, it's got to be expected that he's got at least, if he doesn't have the overpair, he's got some sort of big draw with Broadway cards, and that card's going to, cause it to go check, check. We're both not too thrilled about it. Queen's obviously with 2 overcards on the board now. I think both players will be pretty content to get this just a showdown. Probably go check, check, and Danielle might just, looks like he is going for a little bit of value here. Senses Joe's got some sort of holding that might be able to call his bet here, so he's just gone a 12k bet, so just north of half pot, and this is where Joe's just got to think, well, not really beating much, I'm really only beating a complete bluff. Maybe Danielle had like pocket 8s or something like that, and he's, wow. Joe's actually seen a spot here and gone for the raise, and could work. I like it. Probably picked up that Danielle didn't like the king. However, the ace is a card that's going to really favour the pre-flop raiser, with, even though it doesn't like it for this particular hand. Normally under the gun has a lot of aces, so this raise is something that I wouldn't see too many players do unless they're in the elite end of the spectrum, and Daniel will be now regretting he bet that. He'd be like, well, what can I beat? Joe really putting it to Danielle here and putting him in a really tough spot. I think it's going to get through. Such a large bet is, when you are bluffing like this, you really have to think about what you're trying to get to fold, and wow, he has made the call. Did think about it, thought it through, and it is a correct call. He's good. Joe might be a bit stunned that he found that call there with queens, and I don't think he'll regret going for the bluff when he had the hand that essentially it's the only way going to pick up the pot there, and He read the situation pretty well, and Daniel's just made a great call. So that was a very large pot. Just saying, Joe was building his stack up nicely and just took a bit of a hit, but still very deep. Will Wong under the gun wants nothing to do with the Robbie Jade Lou Jack 4 hand, so those cards hit the muck, and you see Sam Haddad's got the blades.
6-4, 5, 8-4.
And Pedros is coming along here with a nice suited hand. Would normally not be in a bad shape, but against the aces is going to need some help on this flop, which he doesn't get. Sam had Dad bets out with the aces, which is fine, and Gabriel's decided to pair with the back door club draw. Even though the board is paired, he's decided to come along. He's actually turned a good card for him, gives him some outs. Still a massive underdog in this hand. Sam's now going a very small bet. Wonder if Gabriel picks up on some sort of weakness here and goes for a raise. No, he's just going to call. And now just got the king high, so he can't do anything about the all-in from Sam. He's got to quickly fold, so aces hold. And we often hear that they don't, so it's nice when aces hold up and they win a nice little pot.
5 black. 24. Big blind. No. You got a green? No. What do you need? Yellow and black.
Yeah, the turn I have to blood.
There's about
2400.
we'll be going on a break in about another half an hour, I believe.
What about the turn?
Daniel's limping the small blind here with the 6-3, natural 9. Will's got the 9-9 raise and a quick fold from Danielle. Will's got a pile of chips there. Chip leading the table, 234,000, good for almost 100 big blinds. I said I only just joined the box, so I'm sure what unfolded. He's obviously won some big hands. And yeah, we're looking to go on with it and bag a really nice stack for day 2.
Six raise, 5,200. 8-4. 5,200. Go.
So tomorrow we're going to be we're going to have a couple of day tours of obviously this event. The Dracakis goes into a second day. Players will bag up tonight, along with the Australian mixed game champs, the Heroes. That day too commences at 12 p.m. tomorrow with the Dracakis at 1 p.m. There's an event tomorrow for the lower stakes players, $120 8 max Hold'em event. $120 fully dealt. So that's a great little event. 30k start stack, 20-minute levels, unlimited rebuys till 2:30 p.m. So if you're in the area, it is nice and close, Brisbane City. If you're right near Queen Street Mall, so you can catch a bus down, 50 cents on the public transport, and play that event. I expect it to be over in one day, and expect it to be a pretty large event too. So you can register till 2:30. It looks like a good event, and then that rolls into the Monster Stack freeze out, which is a slightly bigger buy, but only $350. 60k start stack in that. It's a freeze out for those that like that format. It's very popular. Always requested that we have at least 1 or 2 freeze outs on the program. 30-minute blinds in that. Once again, fully dealt. Late registration until 6:15 in the afternoon. So 2 p.m. start if you want to play from then. And also we'll have the big boys coming back for their day 2 of the Lord's Poker Tour main event. That was the 15k buy-in, and the names in that are amazing. You know, Alex Linsky's playing. So Hamish Crawshaw. Basically, most of the State of Origin guys. It's a $15,000 buy-in. Only a small field for the moment, but I expect
5,000.
there is late registration open tomorrow, so I expect that field will bump up significantly. Adam Carmen's now jumped in that after, I think we saw him in here. We might just cut to this hand because we've had Danielle open with the Queen Jack under the gun, and William Wong's picked up the jacks in the hijack. Danielle's just almost flopped Will dead, holding his one of his outs anyway. Although the chop outs come into play now, so Danielle hasn't continued here. He's just might be just prepared to see a river, but interesting to see if he goes for value now. No, it's just going to go check, I think. And no, Will might sense that his hand could be good here because Danielle did check back the turn, but Danielle doesn't. Danielle seems, yeah, he's just going to call that one pretty quickly. We saw him call with the queens earlier when the ace and the king peeled off, so he's not an easy man to bluff, and that was well, I think Will was going for value there. He generally thought his jacks could have been good. Danielle didn't necessarily have the queen after betting the flop and checking back the turn, but he did, and Danielle wins a small pot there. Will sort of lost the minimum there with his jacks, so he'll appreciate that. But yeah, just looking through the 15K Lord's Poker Tour main event field. As I said, there's quite a lot of the Origin players are featured. Hamish Crawshaw, Adam Carman, Alex Linsky, Renji Mao. SJ, Cecilia Zhang, she was the icon for New Zealand and the #1 all-time money list for New Zealand. Cale Burns, who took out the opening event for the TLPT, is going for 2 in a row in the Lord's Poker Tour series here, high stakes series. Angel Gullion is also in the field, Gary Lin. And Quan Zhao, who had was the unfortunate one to have his queens cracked by Daryl Marsland's Ace King in that viral clip that we saw, and you might see another short form version of that very shortly when we upload that to our YouTube. That was an amazing thing. Every player in the tournament except Dale and the Western Australians were cheering for Quan Zhao's queens to hold there so that WA didn't run away with the win and lock it up, but wasn't to be. The king hit the river, and saw Joe Hasham rip his hat off and whack the table, and Didier grab his hands and put him in his head in his hands, and all the players were. It was an interesting hand to watch, and we'll get that short form content out there. We'll have some stuff on YouTube and our Facebook page, because I think it was a really interesting clip. Yeah, so there's definitely some big names in that 15K Lord's Poker Tour field, that's for sure. Yet to see how much that prize pool will build to. Currently at 224,000. Still over 4 hours left of late registration. As I said, I think a lot of the big names will come in late and register that one tomorrow. So that's happening. Then into the evening, as I go through the schedule for tomorrow as well. If you're into the mixed games, the PPC 9 game, $2,200 buy-in. That starts at 3 p.m. There's a few mixed game players in town. Dan Mayo, who's already been on the commentary this week, he'll be looking forward to that one. Matty Ginn, he's had a couple of wins in the mixed games already this year, so I'm sure he'll be amongst that one. And then the Super Series main event kicks off tomorrow, $2,500 buy-in. That's the main event. As well as the APT main event, the 750 at 6 p.m. and the mini main third flight of that, flight C in both actually, the main event 750 and the mini main event 250. Flight C for both of those, 6 and 6:30 respectively. Looks like we've got someone in the chat railing the dealers, which is good to see. Got to give a lot of credit to our dealer, Pedro. He's one of many very good dealers on our roster, and they're bumping in and out on rotation, so we'll get to see a few of those guys. Folded round to Travis in the small blind with King Jack O and his short stack. He's just put it in, and what do you know, Sam Haddad's woken up with the aces in the big blind, and that doesn't seem fair. But it's happened, and Sam's had aces again, and now he's
Ace queen 10 of clubs.
massive favourite to eliminate Travis on at least his first bullet, so unless he can get a lot of help. Oh, top set for Sam. Does give Travis the gut shot straight draw, but no diamonds working for him, so
Scrape that off a little bit.
he's asking to change his heart to a diamond for some sort of sweat, but it wouldn't have mattered. And GG's Travis, the Western Australian vice captain.
Let him use one of yours.
You've never seen angry Trav. He's always happy. I mean, would have been frustrating there to jam the straight and find the aces in the big blind, but he's played enough poker and just seems to be one of those things you can't do much about. So I'm not sure if that was his first or second bullet, but if it was his first, I'm sure he'll be back in shortly.
The two Dracakis with that 5 hands ago, soulmate out. Turn the nut flush draw.
Just aces in the big blind, Sam, and top set, hey? So
Yeah, the nut flush draw. Like, could have had it too. If I check, you might bet that.
1 way, 5.5.
So we've got Andres. He's jumped into seat 2. Another State of Origin representative, international out of Mexico. I'm sorry, I believe he's from Colombia. It's Angel's from Mexico. Sorry, Andres. And but the South Americans, they're very aggressive, and I'm sure he will mix it up here. He looks like he's got a stack on him already, which makes him very dangerous. So, joining the table, this will be add a bit of interest to this table for sure.
Got you once, you give up that easily?
Yes.
Set up. What?
Andreas,
white
the Colombian.
White flag.
Full-time poker pro. Specialises in tournament poker.
What'd you do to the poor man, mate?
Loves to play football or soccer, as most South Americans do, and he's also loves his cooking. So he tells me. I expect he likes the spicy type of food as well. Certainly plays spicy, so.
All right, all poker players in the TLPT main event. Thanks to the last annual.
So we've got another player joined as well, Damien Bennett. From Brisbane, local around here, he's come in. Good to see Damien.
He said that he marked the card, looks like it was marked. You know, play.
This one or that one? It's a jacket item.
What's going on here? Andrus looks like he's trying to get not a read on Danielle, but an actual card read. Looking at those cards very closely as Danielle defended the big blind from Andres under the gun open, and ace 9-9, no help to either player, but I expect Andrus will continue on this flop and most likely take it down, I think. Although we have seen Danielle being quite curious, it's pretty quick fold there, so. All of a sudden we've got some biggish stacks on this table.
He got me in 90s earlier when I had ace line.
170,000. Sandros comes to the table. That's piles. Starting stack was 50, so he's got over 3 stacks and Will's got over 4. So if they get in a big confrontation, then we could see the chip leader here. Joe's pretty standard when you get new players to the table like Andreas. You want to check how many chips they're playing, which Joe did before he opened that, and finds King Queen on the button to open. It's an interesting decision. I expect Andreas normally to call, although that deep you can sometimes just get rid of the Queen do so, but he's made a pair and drawing dead, so must be assumed that's because, yes, we saw pocket deuces folded. Otherwise, he wouldn't normally be drawing dead with Queen 2 on that board against King Queen. And even though it'd be like 1% or less because he'd need runner running twos. But I think I did see Pedros folded the deuces, so that's why the check mark came out on the flop already. Turns an ace now, so Andreas's hand is getting pretty weak, so that will probably save him. They wouldn't expect him to get too much damage caused here. Joe looking to rebuild his stack after that unsuccessful bluff against Danielle. Still quite healthy though. What if he, once he picks up this pot, he'll be up to he'll be still back around the 90,000 mark for almost 2 starting stacks and 30 odd big blinds, 35 bigs. So I saw Damien Stanley's name appear on that board there, but definitely got Damien Bennett. I think there might be a little typo in the names there. Seek 4's Damien Bennett,
I'll take it. I will take it.
not Damien Stanley.
Like shooting yourself at
Brisbane local, so got my mates back and join me in the commentary box now. Harvey,
just for the last little bit till we wrap it up.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, I think we've got our, it is Bennett, isn't it?
Yeah, Damien Bennett, local Brisbane player.
Well, it depends how he goes. If he goes well, he'll be upset that we've got his name wrong, and if he goes garbage, he'd probably be happy that we've misidentified him.
Yeah, well, it's definitely not downgrade when you're talking about State of Origin representative, so we've just had a couple of players move to the table and a couple of big stacks of that, so just looking at one of these comments that's just come in. What's the start stack? It's 50,000. The Dracakis Championship was $1,100 buy-in. As you can see, we've got 109 entries, so the prize pool is now, I believe, over 100,000. So that's a big turnout, and $110,000 prize pool plus the $12,000 Dracakis ring included on top of that. That's put in from the APT and Dracakis Jewelers, our fantastic sponsors.
We open for a couple of levels tomorrow as well, or is...
Yeah, we are.
Yep.
Yeah, so I believe so. Actually, just double check that. I might be getting confused with the main.
I'll let you know that.
This is level 10 now, we've just gone into. Registration says it ends at the end of the break, so no late registration open for this tomorrow. Late registration will end in... would have... In this stream, it will end shortly at the end of the break, but it would have...
ends at this break,
yeah.
Ends at this break.
Ends at this break, yeah, so...
And we're going to end our broadcast at the end of this break too. Get a bit of a refresher for tomorrow. Come back with the 15K.
Day 2.
Day 2, about 6:30. 6:30 plays, 7 o'clock stream, I'd say, tomorrow night.
8-fold.
Yeah, and there'll be a lot of late registration in that. That one is open tomorrow. As I said, we'll get a few last-minute buy-ins there for sure. Over 224,000 in that prize pool so far, but I expect that to more than double.
And then we'll get through this big field through tomorrow and rejoin this one for the final table on Wednesday. I'd say that's the plan. We've also got the celebrity event on Wednesday, the Warren Bounty.
Yep, and as we see this hand, we've got both Broadways and all the small cards on the board, so this is just
5 bets, 5,600.
who bets wins most likely, I think. But to stay in touch with the streaming, so you get notified, why not subscribe to our YouTube channel, hit the notifications bell, and then as soon as we go live tomorrow night, you'll get a notification. And
it's absolutely the best way to go. If you're watching on YouTube, particularly, Facebook viewers tend to get onto Facebook and get the notifications that way. But a lot of great poker to come this week. Feels like we've been here for a while. We started on Friday, obviously, with the State of Origin, but this really does ramp up, and obviously we end with our main event on Sunday.
All poker players in the double stack, this is your 2-minute call.
We've got the
Make your way back to your final table,
now.
please. That's
the first time
all
I've seen her on the
players
stream
in the
tonight.
double stack, final table.
6-fold.
This is your 2-minute call.
Another one of our
8-fold.
fantastic dealers we have here. We're so blessed with our dealers.
3 raises, 5,000.
We just had someone in the chat railing Pedro, the dealer, who just got tapped off. So that's good to see, you know. You watch enough of our streams, you'll get to know our dealers.
Big shout out to all our staff, dealers, our TDs do a great job. And got a backroom staff here that no one sees, but they keep the whole thing ticking over. Big operation, this one. Doesn't just happen. They get 60 tables in a venue and it just happens.
No, I mean, it's amazing how quick it all gets put together when you think about it. So it goes from 0 to 100. And here we are. We've got support from all these big names. I've come into town, and
3 raises, 5,000.
some big prize money on offer this week, so just a small pot brewing here. We'll open the 10-8 of clubs. That's one of your favourite hands, isn't it, Harvey?
That is my non-premium favourite hand. Let's see if William gets any joy with that.
I'll call that the Harvey.
6 raises.
You might not get a chance to play it though.
14-4.
Will's raised it up, and Petros is going for the Parati 3-bet here. I don't mind that. That's very European 3-bet, I think. Frenchman. He's found the 7-5 suited. He's got Will out of the way, and I'd say Sam's going to find it tough to call here too. And it's nice if you can take a pot down with 7 high without seeing a flop. It does flop well, 7-5 suited, but it either flops to something or complete nothing. So
we're going to see, which is good.
Yeah.
Five checks.
That 10-8 would have been a pretty good hand.
Yeah, Will's probably. He said he should have don't fold the Harvey, especially when Harvey's on the commentary box. He'll take note of that.
Yeah. He'd be kicking himself, wouldn't he? He'd just be sitting there going. Does have the chip lead still on this table though, William?
I'm going to say my favourite non-premium hand is Jack 9 suited.
Just told Sam what he had there. Set up the table chat a little bit.
Alright, welcome to the TLPT main event. This is your 92nd course. Start taking your seats. This tournament is about to recommence.
Feels like that happens every time you fold, doesn't it? But you obviously feel it more. We saw that, of course, in that opening event when Thomas Ward, another time that he was saved was when the pocket tens were folded and he would have been out the door, and that was another one of his little chip-ups that kept him going up to 3rd place from 1.3 of a big blind at one stage. So looking to share some of that story on our Facebook and YouTube.
Everyone remembers Craig. I was wandering around the floor before I came in here, and Dipper's telling me about the ace-4, and I nearly called, and everyone remembers the hand, and I mean that was a pivotal one for him, obviously, but I think even there probably, he goes away and says, geez, I actually raised it up with the 10-8 and I finished up folding it, and he's probably going to tell someone, isn't he?
Yeah.
Everyone remembers.
Yeah. We see Sam raised near with the King, Queen of Diamonds, but yeah, as you said, we're only just getting started, and we've already had some really amazing stories already so far this week. That's one of the things about poker. These stories keep developing, and it's great to have the stream going because we get to actually keep it on film forever.
On the feature table, boys.
People can go back and watch it for years to come, and the technology these days allows us to do that, so you've got those sort of memories too, so if you come along to the Brisbane Super Series this week, most of the events we are streaming are the higher binds, but we do run satellites for them too, so that would be another story. I'd love to see someone satellite into one of these bigger events and make the final table and be streamed and then have their family and friends watching.
It's all the time, that sort of stuff. Getting to a satellite here for as little as $80.
Yeah, so
there's the Jacks.
The Jacks for Damien Bennett, not Stanley. And of 15k start, starting the hand is just put them all in, which is fair enough too.
5-4.
Yeah, I have 4.
See if
8-4.
Sam had to wake up with aces as he did knock out Travis Endersby a few hands ago.
One call. Yeah, one call.
Unfortunately, you've got to put chips in when you call.
14-8.
Looks like he's found a call from Danielle. It should be happy about it. You can't double up on the seconds of call, and that's a good hand you want to see when you do jam the Jacks. 2 undercards. It does have a flush draw, but
I don't want two pairs.
See what the flop does.
Oh, bang. Wow. This opens it up, doesn't it?
Yeah. And the thing is, even if a club does turn, you'll have the outs. Redraw, but it doesn't.
There's
So
another out
he
too.
has picked up a straight draw.
And guess what? No.
No, not that one. So the Jacks do hold, and Damien can breathe fresh air and be happy that he got that full double up. So he's back in the game now. He's up to 34,000, just shy of the 50k star stack. Got some support there for Catherine in the chat, the dealer. Good to see.
Yes, Robert.
Well, that finished all of a sudden there, Craig. We were just having a chat with the producer, and we've turned around and see that the table's empty. So that's our stream. That's our stream for tonight. It is late. It does get hard when we've been here all day, and we started early, so that was the earliest we've ever been on a stream. I think 1 o'clock. So we're going to see you all tomorrow, and we're going to rejoin the 15k buy-in TLPT event around 6:30 or 7. Keep an eye on your socials, and enjoy your night. Thanks for joining me, Craig. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you guys.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. Hold on.
Big scene, I'm surprised they swapped me out.
About 12, yeah. Are we keeping them on here? Brian, we're finishing the stream. What do you want to do with them?
They go back up. Now?
They just say we're finishing the stream.
Right, let's go. Long deck play on this.
Okay, we're playing here then. Yeah.
No, you just need a deck.
Are you gonna get me a deck run? How many more levels? 2? 2 more levels? Thank you, good sir.
I was staring at that exact cake. Listen, I was like, that cake looks so good. How is that cake? The sponge one. Is it sponge? Was yours a sponge cake? Jacob, was yours a sponge cake? What's the top? I've been staring at it this whole time. I've just been sitting here and I'm just staring at that one cake, and then you went for it, and I'm like, no. I want it. You should bring one over for me. You should bring one over for me. It's not on, the one you have. No. Yeah. Just grab it. I'm off the stream, by the way. I'm off the stream.
Surely still streaming.
No, it's off. I will love you forever now. Okay.
All poker players and APT. If anyone is interested to enter the Dracakis, this is the last 5 minutes of late registration. All poker players that is interested into the Dracakis. Prize pool is currently at $109,250. This is your final 5 minutes of late registration.